capacity to do so, to do that, all right? We'll figure it out. But we need to do this together. All right? It's on us leader, like there are leaders here, but you need to understand within your little clusters, you gotta make leaders too. That is the only way this is gonna work. All righty? Okay. Next, I said this yesterday, not all of you were here. It is very important that you take care of yourself. Take care of your body, your mind, and your spirit. Because you cannot be here with a fucked up head and not at 100%. And we can't ask you to do some shit and think you're gonna deliver 100%, right? It doesn't go in hand. So what we need is people to take care of themselves. We really need that. Also, I need you guys to understand this, that this area is contaminated. It was literally a war zone, okay? I am being affected by the chemicals I was exposed to still, all right? So it's important that you take your hot showers, drink your tea, do what you gotta do. See us, you know what I mean? You really gotta pay attention to that. We need to also talk about like cleaning these streets, okay? Not just keeping them clean of garbage and trash, but I'm talking about putting up our own art. Let's get in contact with Native Americans. Let's give them their streets back, too. Okay? Okay? It sounds like we can agree on that right now. So that's something to talk about in your cluster as well. We need to address that, okay? Stop saying our streets. These are not our fucking streets, guys. Okay? It's disrespectful. It's really disrespectful. So let's, huh? Hey, girl, I am. So let's start there by addressing the system that trained us to be this way. We have to start with our own rhetoric, okay? That's on us too, personally. If we really are about changing this shit, it starts with each and every single person here today. All right? It is on every individual to educate the family that you don't have here, whatever message they miss, please educate them. That is the only way this works. Okay? We're all our own leaders. Don't think that we're up here trying to punk you. You get to decide for yourself. Everybody gets what they want, okay? That is the message that I stood from day one. Because I know if I don't get what I want as a black woman, none of y'all get what the fuck. Like I am the last, I'm the bottom totem pole. You know what I'm saying? So if I get it, everybody gets it. Do you understand that? All right, so we need to stand together, figure this shit out. Today is a thinking and organizing day on all of us, not just the people you see up here. We need help. We are spreading ourselves thin. Okay? Now every time I disappear, some shit pops off. But I'm back at 100% because I took my time. So I suggest you do the same. All right? So we can figure this shit out. I'm gonna hand the mic over to my brother right now because he got something to say too.
I don't have much to say today, but I think we just, if you were over here at this park yesterday when we had the 6 p.m. with Shama, it just for her, like I'm gonna speak on that too as well, for her being a black woman in America, and she approached Shama, and Shama kind of dismissed her, you know what I'm saying? Like she approached her, she was like, hey, we got some things to say for the people in the streets. And with that being said, it's just like Shama kind of looked at her and she was like, well, yeah, we'll get to you. We got some speakers that are already about to speak. And it's just like, do you understand? Hold on. Do you understand how much work this young lady has put in these streets as we're marching, as we're getting tear gas, as we're getting concussed? You know what I'm saying? So the amount of work and effect, Shama has been out here, don't get me wrong. But the amount of work and the countless hours and the countless days this young black woman has put in these streets and has spoken to each and every one of you each and every day with the same heart, with the same intentions, and with the same attitude, I think she deserved a spot to speak on that stage. Woo! You feel me? Because I believe what she has to say is a little bit less organized. Shama had her paper with everything, you know, mapped out and listed out. When she gets up here, as soon as she starts speaking, the real comes out of her heart. And I think that's what the streets need today. So with that being said, I took it upon myself, honestly, not out of ill mind or not out of one-upping someone. This is what she's talking about when you get in these circles. When you get in these circles, you have to be the leader within yourself too as well. Because if you're not a leader within these circles, then everybody starts standing around and looking around like who's going to do what. Sometimes you got to step up. Sometimes you got to be that leader. Sometimes you got to be that speaker. So what I did is I went in there and I told Shama that was the right thing to do. That wasn't cool, but I'm on her team. This is my black woman. I'm gonna protect her every single day that we step into these streets. She will be protected by me. This is about family. This is about family officially, and it's only been 10 days. You can make family out here too. You got to look each other in the eyes, and you got to know for sure that I'm going to ride for this. Because like I said before, there are people in these streets that are willing to die for this Black Lives Matter movement and for their families, okay? So when you out here, don't get it twisted, okay? Don't get it twisted. If you out here, you need to be out here, and you need to be ready to be active. And so when I stepped on that stage, I spoke because I got my team with me, you feel me? And if you got a team with you, and you get in circles and you create a team within the people that you're talking to, I guarantee you our progression will be so much faster. So when we get in these circles and we get in these groups, just remember people like her. Just remember people like yourselves who spent countless hours and countless days to make change. Can we do that? Woo! All right, I think she got one more thing to say and then we're done. Are we good? All right, we're good. So get in these circles and get your business done. Okay, hold on. We can't tell.
I go by Nate. So you'll be seeing more of me. Like I said, I meant what I said every day until they start listening to us, especially our councilwoman. Understand that was a power move, guys. Pay attention. She's playing politics. I'm playing that real because I want real fucking change. All right.
I just wanted to address some things because since day one, since I've been out here, I've been getting disrespect. I've been called Uncle Tom. I've been called a bitch. I am part of the Black queer community, and I'm trying to do everything possible to keep all of you safe. Yeah. My mom and other women have also said to me, and this is what I found to be true, which is why I did not come out yesterday, because I had conflicted feelings. Don't ever volunteer yourself to a movement because your people will use you. Do you hear me? If you offer yourself up to your own people, they will use you. I am still offering myself up. I don't have to. I'm trying to make sure that we create change within our city, and I'm new here. I'm from Milwaukee. But I am making sure that we make change. It starts with us every day. Whenever you step outside, know that you cannot be out here trying to make sure that, like it's just about you. It's about everyone. Do not be selfish. Think about that. And I'm on both sides. I'm trying to make sure that we create change within the city council and within these streets. Because it starts on both fucking sides. We have to figure out how we can work together. I know some of y'all were shaking your head, no, fuck that. But seriously, think about it. Because what happened last night kind of pissed me off a little bit because we had started making sure that, we had that implemented where we were keeping each other safe. And everybody was like, oh, who the fuck are these people? Who are y'all? It's not about who we are. Take a listen. Listen. If you have any questions, ask. Stop making assumptions because you know what that does. It makes an ass out of you. For all my street artists, do not be afraid to spread your voice. Do what you feel because it's a point of expression. If that's how you can express yourself, then express yourself. And I can say this because I'm an artist, okay? Know that. You don't have to fear anybody in these streets. Do that.
Hi. So I kind of came up, I've been out here, if you guys have seen me. But I came up here to ask a question that's floating around online that I think we've all kind of seen. In the past 2 days, there are two videos that surfaced showing protesters, someone who was graffitiing last night was beat up, and then there are other videos that surface of people fighting between each other. men and women. And so, and allegations of domestic abuse. So I think the question I'm asking and I'm wondering is, what is the leadership that we're choosing here? What does it look like? How do we feel empowered by the people that are speaking, to the chief, to the mayor? I didn't elect these people. These people's ideologies don't represent mine. And so, but people have self-appointed themselves. And of course, leaders rise to the occasion. I have had to rise to the occasion of having to speak this up, even though I didn't want to, because it's uncomfortable. But how do we let people rise to the occasion, but they have to be held accountable? How are we going to replicate the same shit we're trying to tear down? And so, and I love that I see people here, you know, armed, ready to protect us. I thought that meant we were getting protection from white supremacists. I didn't know we had to police each other. I didn't know graffiti was bad. I didn't know people speaking their mind was bad. And so when we talk about policing and when we talk about defunding the police, abolishing the police, these are big words. And a lot of these ideologies and theories were built on by Black women. How many of you read Black women? Huh? You know, I saw on Amazon the #1 bookseller right now is like Fragility, written by a white person. Why, y'all? There are Black women telling you what they've been working on this for decades. And so I love what we do on the street, but it has to be backed by theory. It has to be backed by people who've been putting in the work. We're not new. This has been a thing. Black abolitionists have existed, and they've been murdered by the state. And so when we arm ourselves and use our Second Rights Amendment and all that shit, I don't want to see protesters getting policed for our behaviors. We're trying to build a world where we don't have to police each other, where poor people don't have to be policed for their behaviors. And so how do we create a communication where I feel just as empowered like anyone else here to come up here, speak their mind, and hold people self-appointing themselves accountable? Because we did not vote for these people. Woo! The second matter I want to talk about is I love the conversations we're having. I love the fact that we're talking about this new beautiful world we're all trying to create. But if you followed what Chief Best is saying, she wants this building back. She wants it. She thought we were going to burn it down. When they realized we weren't going to burn it down, they want it back. Fuck that. So I think the question, yes, we need to build community and stuff, but we are in the middle of an uprising. That means we have to keep the pressure on. We have to keep the heat. Woo! It's not just about talking. Woo! And the talking, all of it works. In the past week and a half, whatever, I've had to learn that different tactics are important. There were moments I've been proved wrong where I said we should march. Some people said we should stay, and that paid off. And so I think it's important to acknowledge different tactics work. We need people pressuring city council, mayor, marching, holding our ground, protecting our street, whatever it looks like. But I think we need to really think about, okay, we create our circles and we talk, but what are we doing today to make them work for it? Cops are just sitting. They're just sitting somewhere else. We're here talking. That's not bad. But what are we going to do about this building? What's going to happen here? We keep talking about it being a community building. It's not ours. We're not inside. We're talking outside. People are here in the rain last night. It's not ours. And I know there's conversations about giving it back to the first people of this land. And I love that conversation because if we're going to do this right, we need to decolonize ourselves, our movement, everything we stand for. Woo! But I don't have contact to the first people of this land, the Duwamish people right now. So if people have that contact, please facilitate that conversation if they even want this building, which is not ours to give yet. So we need to really think about, okay, we're all talking, we're not inside. The cops, when there's no pressure from the cops, when there aren't a line of military dressed riot gear wearing cops, what is that keeps this movement going? How is our conversation different than any other like community meeting I've attended before. How is this uprising gonna get us the demands, like the 3 demands? We haven't gotten one thing. We haven't won shit, you guys. They just left the street that they didn't even need to be on. And now they want the building back. So to keep it short, sorry, I really hate talking long and I really hate when other people talk too long too. But please, let's acknowledge that there are people with serious allegations against them, arming themselves, pretending to be the new police. Yesterday, I heard a disturbing idea of creating an app where we Uber police and stuff like that. So it's like, please, let's do the reading. Let's really give the stage to people who've done the work of abolition, who've put in the thought before here. We do need to put our bodies behind this movement, but not every person who just learned the word abolition last week needs to come up here and speak, okay? Be humble. Be humble, especially white people and black people. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Alright, I got something real quick for y'all. Some of y'all know me. My name's Kenya. I've been out here for the past 8 or 9 days. I don't know. I just want to say how fucking beautiful this is. How fucking beautiful you all are. This is amazing. We've come together as a city. I'm going to use my phone because I'm a little bit nervous. I don't want to forget what I'm trying to say. So we've come together as a city. And once we have established permanence in the Chaz community, the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, it will be time to come together as a nation. If we want real change, we need to follow in the steps of Martin Luther King when he said, "March on Washington, D.C." We need to occupy Washington, D.C. We need to take over this whole shit, this whole fucking system that's been fucked up for all of us for all these years. We need to do this shit, and we need to occupy it until we get the change that we need. We can set up the community defense, we can set up food and medics, just like we have here. We can make this happen, you guys. I just need y'all to believe it. I need you to believe me. I need you to believe yourselves. I need you to believe everybody that comes up here and tells you that you can make this fucking change that we need. You can do it. We'll take the whole fucking city if we have to. I don't care, whatever it takes. So with that being said, me and a couple of friends are going to be conducting some video, some audio interviews over there. We just want to ask you some questions about how you feel about everything that's going on. We want to your ideas. So please come find me if you feel like you want to be a part of that. Just come find me. I'll be around. All right, love y'all.
So, I'm Miss Jessie, and I was not going to come up till Saturday, but sometimes you feel like you're getting caught. I am Miss Jessie. I am from Washington State. Came here when I was 7 years old. I'm from Tacoma, Washington. LA for the last year. For the last 9 years, 10 years, since about 2010. And the reason why, let's go back to who started a record label called Felony Entertainment. Okay? Felony Entertainment was a record label I started because I got out of prison. I couldn't get God said start a record label. Okay. I did, a rap record label. Not Cupcake Cookie, Cupcake Records, Felony Entertainment. But it was about taking a label and switching it. Okay, we switched it for good. We took the skills that we had and we switched a record company. Right now, 25 years later, I'm very successful executive in publishing industry. $200 million worth of hit songs from The Temptation on up. And that means nothing, but the bigger part is my daughter over there on the hilltop of Tacoma, Washington. Okay? I went through all the things that we go through when you live and I survived, but not only did I survive, let me tell you about that record label, Felony Entertainment. I did not create the record label to make money. Change. Now, I started that record label in 1998. In 2009, I restored 15, 17 felon voting rights here in Washington State. Gave 450,000 people their voting rights back. I think I got a little bit of skills in this stuff, okay? Just a tiny little bit of skills, okay? Now that was my social justice move, just particularly for my happened with me being ostracized and feeling that I was not a part of the community, that I could pay my taxes, but I did not have a voice when it came to voting, okay? I could do anything. I'm like, okay, here, but I started. I started with something, not as big as this, but oh, I'm so glad that I'm here and being a part of it. You guys make me very proud. So proud. And if anyone, no one told you that, I love it. Okay? I helped y'all do a lot of different things regarding payday lending regulation, making sure there was a minimum mandatory wages for health care for everybody at 18. So I have experience in this, okay? I have experience in talking, community organizing, finding out what the people want, and helping you get it. It's not about what I want. So I'm here today, and I'll be here on Saturday. I'm here helping my daughter, who still lives here. I created the Harriet Tubman for Safe Passage for a reason. Okay, I was able to go from the bottom to the top because I learned how the system works. But I also had allies. Okay, these are all allies. Yes, I understand my daughter's concern that there are not a lot of people of color per se, but with that, we to deal with separately. We have issues to deal with separately as a Black people. Some of them you might have heard coming up today, and we will deal with those. And we also have of creating that relationship between us so that we know we are all one. It is the human race. And you guys, thank you so much for making this happen because we've done it without you guys to make it go this far. And we know that in order to make the changes, whatever those are that you guys choose, so that's what the surveys are for. The surveys is to really get a collective view of what you guys want so that we can help the come up to rise with that direction because we want to make sure that what you guys are thinking or feeling collectively, you know, they say democratically. I mean, we live in a republic, and did I forget to tell you guys I ran for office in 2009 in Tacoma as a Black Republican? Not sure. But, you know, that's why I left, because I shook it up. I shook it up. I shake it up. Okay? I shake it up. But with that, when you go and do things like that, people, you know what I'm saying, with the little things in their ear and whatever. But it doesn't matter. Don't stop me. Right now, I'm working on helping you guys. So that's what we're here to do. Just to help you guys talk to each other, figure out what are. I have been awarded for the Russell Family Foundation, you know, an honor for my grassroots activism. Received an award from the city of Tacoma for my grassroots activism. I'm a pro. So it's hard for me to see people struggling at this. And what I'm saying, I'm not watching Judge Judy, okay? So I'm here with you guys to help you. My daughter's going to be here with you guys to help you. And this is not nobody's. This is how change is actually made. I've come all the way here just to help my city. Because with this, we help the world. For taking so long. I want to see you guys out here Saturday. All the leaders, want to be leaders, could be leaders, you know, think about leaders or just want to help. Concerned. There are a lot of people out here to reach to. The Harriet Tubman Foundation for Safe Passage, givemeaplug.org. That's how you can email us. No matter what, for no dollar amount. So we love you, and I'll see you guys Saturday. Thank you guys for all your support and your continued support. Years. It won't take more than 2, baby. I only got time for 2 years on this project, okay? 2 years. Pump it up. Woo! Yeah! R-E-S-P-E-C-T. Whatever meant to be.
Okay, now I'm Queen Pearl, and I was here the other day, and I'm just gonna talk Black, okay? Like that, well, you know, you could talk to somebody else about why it's so important to talk Black because you You out there saying that Black Lives Matter. I saw you. Even if I don't know you, I saw you. I was out there on Rainier too. I was born and raised in Seattle, Washington. There's not one building that I can account to that we, correct me if I'm wrong, over there in the Central District, okay? The CD or whatever you want to call it. And I'm at odds. If you go down Martin Luther King Jr. Way, you'll see Asian Counseling and Referral Center. And I asked Mr. Pettigrew, Black Counseling and Referral Center. And then I'm gonna pull something else out of my hat. When the pandemic hit, I said, what information can we call and talk to about the ills or whatever we're having during this pandemic? Not one person where I could go, who I could call. Maybe they just wanted me to call Ghostbusters, huh? So that's what I travel through time, and we're speeding up the pathway from where Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. spoke and talked to us. Now, and just think about the years that he spent, and the date and the anniversary of them going back to I Have 28 in Washington, D.C. And one of his messages was, where do we go from here? Well, it would tell we don't know where to go from here. If we look over there and they have, I'm just going to tell the truth, but you want to hear the truth or a lie? Because it's time to get free up in here. Okay, so we had this museum going on over here where I went to Coleman School. As a little bitty girl, walked those steps, those corridors, whatever, I was there. My girlfriend that's deceased now, she said that's where they used the corporal punishment on me. They used to take us up in the cloakroom and spank our little tail when we didn't act right up in that school. She said, no, don't leave it as a monument of the slave tactics that they continue to use towards Black children at Coleman School. Okay, so how do we do what we need to do when someone's always stepping in the way, blocking us to be underachievers instead of achieving? See, because I tell you one thing, when Bill Gates get ready to go big, but for some reason they want Black people to go little, stay little, and I guess do little. That I have, that I'm coming back out here again talking, because it's not enough to just say Black Lives Matter, what the happening is. And it was killing us way before Mr. Floyd had a knee on his neck. Huh? So if you tell the truth, you can shame the devil. Because here, we might have some rich folk out here even on today. Huh? Where are you at? You gonna pay my, keep letting me suffer. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So that's what I was talking about. It's time out for all this suffering stuff. And you're like, it's not this because you ain't saying nothing. You know money answers all things. Huh? All this, like Felix the cat, bag of tricks. We didn't have enough of all these tricks and stuff. We had enough shame to last us a lifetime. Our skin. And I just, like I said, it's wrong. It's whatever it is, it's wrong, and it needs to get right. And it did lurking durkin, because there was somebody that came before her. And before her, no, him, person before him. And it is just a continuous vicious cycle that we are experiencing in our hometown. And then other people have come here. Because when I tell them I'm from Washington, they said, oh, you're a unicorn. I said, a unicorn? doing, coming up. Okay, but that's what she was trying to tell me, that a lot of people aren't from here. So we have the implants, and everybody doesn't think on the same level. I'm trying to tell you. That's right. Yeah, it'll make you free over and over. And this building right here, walk this street, walk right up in front of it and protested it many years. Closet right now. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Well, like I said, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I've been out there, and I'm trying to tell you that those politicians, all they did was shun me, trespass me, and all I was doing was my free speech. The First Amendment, that's all I was doing. I wasn't throwing no bricks at them. I wasn't throwing no rocks at them. I was just using my mouth. They didn't like it. So they did all kind of trickery and stuff like that. Okay, Ms. Bashar, you don't come back here for a whole year. 6 months or whatever. That's the Department of Finance and Administration that gives those trespasses. And the council can do it too. Too. And now all of a sudden they want to jump in and try to act like our lives matter. So I'm finished to the next level on today. But I wanted to make sure that you knew that I have been out there for years, and not my family. My aunt was with the Poor People's Campaign on Washington. Yeah, she's deceased now. But before she passed away, she said, "I'm leaving you with it." And I said, "Oh my God, I didn't know what she was going to leave me with." The stuff that she had to suffer through. And my mother, they were born in Cook County Hospital. They call it Chirac now. But Chicago. Still have some people back there. All right, have a good day.
I'm Honorable Michael Fuller, true I do. Private Attorney General. I'm here today because I'm tired of doing chicken. Black Lives Matter? But this is not the change it or the dream. Black Lives Matter can believe this. Organized crime control like October 15, 1970. It was signed by President Nixon. Not crime. I've been here so many times. About justice, injustice. But I get these extraordinary technological powers. Get it dirty. I'm gonna hold you kind of up. Talking about a sanctuary city. Now, sanctuary city conflict with the innocent law. I think you ought, Dayton left. Rivera, the governor of Washington State, you are not above the law. Listen at this. United States versus Lee, 1882, meaning no man in this country is so high to walk into above the law. So you know that's for the record, and let the record reflect. Now I'm looking at these police working on the color of state and federal law. Violation of RCW 2.04.080, stay Oklahoma, RCW 42.24020. Their oath, RCW, 42.62020. Naming after the act incompatible with public use. RCW, 49.60. Freedom from discrimination. RCW, 59.18020. Rights and remedies and obligations is the question posed. The violation of the 41st President, George H.W. Bush Sr., don't rub on me, I ain't gay. It's a big word. I'm trying to educate you. You ain't no articulate. Hey, you just a youngster. I'm 63. I'm trying to educate you. I'm educating you. Okay. Now, George H.W. Bush, he was the 41st president who signed into law American with Disability Act, July 26, 1920, and Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1923. But what really shocking to me, the violation of the Civil Rights Act of 1968 that was signed by President Lyndon Johnson and the older American Act, July 14, 1965, that was signed by President Lyndon Johnson. Now, Dr. Martin Luther King speaks August 16, 1967. Where do we go from here? Now, August 16, 2020. Where do we go from here? Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter. Can we hear it? Black Lives Matter. One time for my brother. Come on, man. Come on, man. That's what it's about. Okay, opening the space to people. That's what it's about, and making sure. I appreciate that knowledge, OG. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. At this time, we would like to invite our Indigenous sisters to come up here and share. Please make some noise.
Yes. Oh, yeah, it works. Okay. Ink Nashwanuksha, Roxanne White, Wash Nashkanik, Yakima, Ku Nimi Pu, Ku Nooksack, Ku Arnani, Grovant, Wikshishash, Duwamish Territory, Seattle, Washington. My name is Roxanne White, and I am Yakima, Nez Perce, Nooksack, and Grovant, Arnani people. And I presently reside right here, Seattle, Duwamish Territory. My hands are up to the Duwamish people. I'm really grateful and honored to come up here and stand. I'm a little bit nervous. I mean, people that know me say, how could you be nervous? I have something that I need to relay here today. I came because I stand and I support and I love my Black relatives. Black Lives Matter. But I have an important message from a upstanding sister of mine who is Duwamish and Muckleshoot. And I have to remember that even though I live here in Seattle, that there are relatives that have been here a lot longer than me. And so I'm gonna read her statement, and then I wanna say a few words of my own, but I wanna relay her message before mine, out of respect. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rachel Heaton. I am an enrolled member of the Muckleshoot tribe and a descendant of the Duwamish people, the ancestral peoples of this stolen land you stand on now. Today, we are a people that are still here, a people that are affected and oppressed by the same system as our Black relatives. My people, Native people, were removed from our lands to make room so that you could be stolen from yours and brought here. Enslaved and forced to build a nation without any implications to the system. This is not the time to play oppression Olympics and compare one another's struggles. It is clear our people, Black people, brown people, are suffering because of the same systemic abuse. In our communities, our homes, on our lands, and all over the world, sadly. We have to come together and support one another. We are stronger together. If you haven't noticed, Native people continue to be erased from these conversations, erased from the site, and our voices continue to be muffled out. Yet we are the very caretakers of this land, the protectors of the land, the air and the water. If you want a future that reflects equality, a future which police are not beating our people up and murdering our people, a future that reflects what we are fighting for our future generations, then we must talk about environmental racism. The racism that keeps us from protecting our Mother Earth. If we do not protect her, then there is no future for us to fight for. This system we speak of was set up to hurt my people, to hurt our Black relatives, to hurt our brown relatives. We have come together, but that starts by acknowledging this land and the First Peoples. And know that today we stand side by side with you and we hold front lines with you. We cannot do this without one another. And these are the words of my sister, Rachel Heaton. And I want to thank her and acknowledge her and the Duwamish people, the Coast Salish people, the Squamish people, the Muckleshoot people, the Tulalip people, the Lemhi people, the Puyallup people, the Nisqually people. I want to acknowledge brown people, Black people, Indigenous people. I want to acknowledge our life givers, our brown women, our Indigenous women, and our Black sisters. And all this time that since George Floyd was murdered, as a mother, an Indigenous mother with biracial children, 2 sons, 2 grandsons, I felt the rage, I feel the rage. I worry about my sons and I worry about your sons. And what happened to George Floyd happened to all of us. Your children are my children. That's how I feel about it. I want to tell you that nobody's talking about Indigenous people that are murdered by police. There was a CDC report in 2011, and I'm not going to even bring up numbers. I'm just going to tell you that it's happening. And there are 10 families and counting right here in this Coast Salish territory that have been murdered by police. 10 families. That number last week was 5 that I knew of, and today it is 10. There are 10 names of 10 Native men and women and their children. So excuse me, 12 names. because we can't forget the babies that these sisters were carrying when they were shot and murdered by police. It's emotional. I want to acknowledge Charlena Lyles at the same time because she was pregnant. Was she pregnant? She was pregnant, and she also lost her baby at the same time her baby was murdered. So I want to acknowledge that. I want to acknowledge that these police officers are not only killing our men, our brothers, our dads, our sons, but they're killing our sisters. And they've been doing that for a long time. And we're talking about it today. And I would like to say that here on this territory, I want to say the names of these relatives. I want to say the name of these relatives with all due respect. And the way that I do it, I want to acknowledge where it came from. Say her name came out of the struggles and the leadership of Black Lives. Came out of that. And us Indigenous people have used that same way in a ceremony. When we say their names, we say them 3 times. And the reason why we say them 3 times, or at least me, is because for some of our sisters that are missing, some of our brothers that are missing, and nobody's doing anything about it in this country. Nobody's paying attention. So we also have to move on the ground. We also have a movement called MMIW. At the same time, this epidemic doesn't only touch Native American people. There are Black relatives, sisters and brothers and children that are going missing at extremely high rates as well. Like we said earlier, this is not a competition. This is just a fact. This is just a fact that our relatives are being murdered and they're going missing. And there's no system to step up and protect us, to stand for us. I am one of those families. And I want to say that we come out here in solidarity, hoping for the same thing that all of you are hoping and fighting for. We want to be counted. We want to be included. We're asking to be at the table. With all due respect, we're asking to be at the table and at the conversation. And we're also inviting you to the conversation because I think it's a two-way street. And these are the names that I have. John T. Williams, say his name.
John T. Williams.
Say his name.
John T. Williams.
Say his name.
John T. Williams.
Stone Child Chief Stick, say his name.
Stone Child.
Say his name.
Stone Child.
Say his name.
Stone Child.
Renee Davis, say her name.
Renee Davis.
Say her name.
Renee Davis.
Say her name.
Renee Davis.
Forgive me on this one because I have a hard time pronouncing the last name, but it's Daniel Covarrubias. Say his name.
Daniel Covarrubias.
Say his name.
Daniel Covarrubias.
Say his name.
Daniel Covarrubias.
Jackie Sailors, say her name.
Jackie Sailors.
Say her name.
Jackie Sanders.
Say her name.
Jackie Sanders.
Janetta Riley, say her name.
Janetta Riley.
Say her name.
Janetta Riley.
Say her name.
Janetta Riley.
Milo Harvey, say his name.
Milo Harvey.
Say his name.
Milo Harvey.
Say his name.
Milo Harvey.
Junior Lacey, say his name.
Junior Lacey.
Say his name.
Junior Lacey.
Say his name.
Junior Lacey.
Michael Mitchell, say his name.
Michael Mitchell.
Say his name.
Michael Mitchell.
Say his name.
Michael Mitchell.
Joshua Spotted Horse, say his name.
Joshua Spotted Horse.
Say his name.
Joshua Spotted Horse.
Say his name.
Joshua Spotted Horse.
And I also want to say that Janetta Riley was also pregnant and she also left behind children. All these people left behind children, families, mothers, sons, daughters, they all left behind somebody. And can you take this? I want to say that in the work that we've been doing, we're looking to support these families, and we're looking to stand for these families. I really want to remind everybody that while we're doing this work out here, while everybody stands here and everybody sits here, that remember that when we say the names, that each one of these families that have lost a loved one out here, it brings back that trauma, that hurt, that what they're feeling for their loved one. So as we do this work, remember those families. Remember that there's going to be a time where you need to support GoFundMes, where you need to support their campaigns, where you need to call local officials, where you need to stop police and help those families. Because even as I stand here, those families deserve to be heard more than any of us. Those families deserve the platform before any of us, because they're the ones that have been impacted. And that is the work that I do, and that is the walk that I have, and that is the call that the ancestors have called me to do. And I am here to say to those families, to all the families, that we love you, and we're here as Indigenous people to support you, and we're welcoming you to support us and for us to walk together. And I'm gonna close with the song. The Women's Warrior song, the Women's Honor song. And we sing this song for the missing and for the murdered. And so I'm extending this song for all of your relatives, for all of those that were murdered by police, for all of those that lives were taken by police, for all of those relatives that are still missing, and for all of us that are out here doing this work today. Thank you. And if there are any of my natives or not, any of my Black sisters that want to come up here and stand, my relatives, and sing this with me, my brothers, please come up here, because I don't do this work alone, and it's not about me. I need some of my sisters to come up here. Some of my brown sisters, my Black sisters, my Black brothers, please come up here. Share this space. This is not just my space, our space. This is our space. And on this fourth round, I'm gonna ask everybody, please put your fist in the air. Please put your fist in the air. This is a symbol of a call out to continue the fight, to to continue to speak out, to continue to stand together in solidarity, and to remember these families, to remember the ones that aren't here no more. Krishna.
Okay, a couple housekeeping kind of procedural items moving forward. Obviously, having people come up here and speak is a necessity right now of the community. We've had a bunch of people come over here, ask how to speak, and we really appreciate that. What we want to do is just set kind of a standard moving forward. Today, we're going to open up the floor to anybody who wants to speak, right? We'll just come here to the side of the stage. We'll get through as many people as possible. But, you know, we're going to be doing this each and every day to just have some time for us to share. All that we ask is that if you plan on sharing, please come up to the stage and we can schedule out, you know, roughly some time so that we can make sure our programming is going quickly and as many voices are heard from as many different communities as possible. Does that make sense? Yeah, are you guys okay with that? That's okay. All right. And then again, we have concerns here. We have things. If you have something else that you'd like to say and you don't get a chance to today, please, you know, come find us back here. We'll get your name on here and reserved, and then you can feel free to come up here as well and voice your concerns. All of us, including myself, our heads are spinning. We're in a new space and we're learning in real time as fast as we can. So anybody that steps up and takes a position of leadership, I really appreciate you. I, for one, and my voice really does, and we're doing the best we can and hoping to be held accountable. So we appreciate y'all coming here. We're going to let more people speak, and we'll refine this as we move along. All right, thanks all. Yeah. Can I have my sister go? And then you next. My sister go next. Today, we feel that it's very important that every person that come up here, you know, allows, you know, for some expression. And then as we move forward, when we have the programming, we can say, okay, here's 30 minutes right now for think tank groups. Am I missing anything else, Joycey? Yeah, we'll do the breakout tomorrow, and, you know, maybe we'll start earlier and earlier, okay?
So what I was going to say when I came up here a little bit earlier was to amplify the name of John T. Williams and try to bring together more the connected struggles of Black people in this country and Indigenous people in this country. Our struggles are inextricably linked in history, and for a lot of us, our struggles are inextricably linked in bloodlines. Myself as a descendant of African-American slaves and the Choctaw people of what is now known as Mississippi, I am oftentimes bothered by the ways in which the struggles of people of color are siloed for the various reasons that they are siloed. But since my sisters did such a good job of speaking on those topics, what I would instead like to do is to hold space for people of color who are in this space. The woman earlier talked a little bit about transplants and implants, and I'm a transplant. And one of the things that I have, you know, kind of sat with and struggled with of my time of living here in Seattle is the fact that being such a minority in a space like Seattle, liberal racism does weird things to people. Is a thing that I've noticed. And trying to watch the way that Black people in Seattle struggle with that fact. And having benefited from growing up in an environment that had a much larger Black population, I see some very interesting things in this moment that we can talk about together and work on together, and opportunities for Seattle's Black community in this moment that are happening alongside this larger conversation. And one of the things that I want to do is so very important when you have moments like this, when allies finally show up, to speak to what you need from allies. But I think it is also equally important to speak to ourselves as Black people, to thank ourselves for being here, for coming out during a pandemic that is disproportionately having health impacts on Black people. And so, not to disrespect anybody, but what I would like to do is, if you are not a person of color, if you could please sit down right now. And if the people of color in this crowd could please stand up right now. I want to talk to you specifically. I want to thank you for being out here. I want to thank you for putting your life on the line. I want to thank you for volunteering your time. I want to thank you for getting tear gassed. I want to thank you for standing there when they're throwing flashbangs at you. I want to thank you for showing up even though you're dealing with the trauma of watching people who look just like you get killed on national television every couple of months. Not every couple of years, every couple of months. It's traumatic. And still you show up. And when you show up in spaces like Seattle, you do not get acknowledged in the ways that you need to, because we spend so much time talking about what allies need to do, which is an important conversation, but we do not spend enough time talking about ourselves, what we need to do in our own communities. And so I want to thank you for being here. I want to acknowledge you, and I want to say that the work that you are doing is just as important, if not more important, than the work that allies are doing, and that our sacrifices need to be acknowledged just as much. The amount of pain that we have to slog through just to drag ourselves down here. I also want to say that among the work that we have to do in our communities and holding space for ourselves is that we need to amplify Black queer lives. We need to amplify the brutality that is visited on Black trans women by the police. Men of color, I'm going to ask you that whenever you start a conversation with, as a Black man, to make sure that you're ending that conversation with something that does not also happen to Black women, Black queer people, Black trans people, and if it does, to make space for the fact that we experience those same things. Thanks. That's all I have to say.
The breakouts will be tomorrow at 3 p.m. The breakouts will be tomorrow at 3 p.m. We're going to continue to open up the floor for people to speak. If you want to see me, I'm over here. You can sign up for times over here. All right. Any suggestions as well? We have concerns that you can voice over here. Come find me if you want something written down. Until then, we're going to continue to open up the floor.
Man. First and foremost, everybody that got in the mic, thank you for sharing your stories. Thank you for showing who you are in front of the crowd. Getting up here is not easy. My heart is jumping out of my chest right now. I have not done this in a long time. I was around for the protests of Michael Brown. I was around for the protests of Trayvon Martin. I was around for the 99% protests. Those were very important times in my life. Before that, I would say I was gonna get up here and make a joke from the Boondocks about Ronald Reagan is the devil and 9/11 is a cover-up. But that's just to ease the anxiety that I have right now speaking to who I want to direct my conversation to, my white peers. Now I'm gonna say some shit. If you feel some kind of way, think about why you feel that way. I'm not here to pat you guys on the back at all. I want you all to be here and recognize that you're here because you want to be here, because you feel that it is a duty to be here. To support what is opposite of whiteness. There is a lot of anti-Black sentiment engraved, embedded in the United States culture. Everything from economics to the education, to the money we hold, to the police, clearly. So I want you all to really take a moment and think about that. At the end of the day, you're gonna go home, some of you. Some of you already wrestle with this fact and are really holding it down. But again, I'm not here to pat you on the back. Because if it were someone else, I would be there not expecting the pat on the back, but because it was the right thing to do. Now I have some more for you. I like comic books, anime, hip hop, rap. I like the same things a lot of people here like, some alternatives. I grew up in Seattle, born and raised. Why all of this is important is because I'm sure by those definitions of what I just gave, I would be considered a nerd, a geek, or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But I didn't see a lot of shit. I grew up as an 80s baby to a single mother of 2 kids who came from New Orleans, in which my father was addicted to crack. He moved to New Orleans and was shot and killed. I was 5. My uncle, he was a well-known hustler out here. Someone didn't like him, he got shot with a little .22, bounced in the side of his organs. He was still alive. Cops arrested him, he bled out in a cop car. They denied him medical treatment. I was in New Orleans visiting family. Went there every 4 years. I was probably in my early teens. I seen someone's noodle get knocked back outside. My auntie came and scooped me inside. Hey, you know you're not supposed to be out here at this time of night. No, I didn't. I'm not from here. I got homies who didn't been in shootouts. I got homies who've been in a lot of different situations. The reason I'm telling you all this is because I want you to humanize us. We go through a lot, and yet we are the same. We do the same things you do. We like the same things you like. So in order to erase this anti-Blackness, you have to humanize us. You have to remember when the United States was established and they started rounding up Black people, we were 3/5. We weren't even a whole human being. That's why the police was formed, because we were considered property. What was that? To protect life and property? Livestock. They didn't necessarily kill us during that time because we were too valuable, but they maim you. They might kill somebody in front of you to scare you. Remember that history and don't let it go. I'm not telling you all this to shame you, per se. It's what you do with the shame that makes it important. I got a lot of things I'm not proud of, but I learn from that and I move forward. So for the people that use that argument of white guilt, deal with that. I deal with being Black in an economy that hates me every day. And the reason I told you all of those things earlier is because you have to understand how deep racism permeates. It's not even permeate, because to nerd moment, to permeate would insinuate that it wasn't there to begin with. This shit was baked in. So again, I'm not talking to pat you on the back. I'm talking to light a fire under your fucking ass. I'm talking so you look at the person next to you, and they may not be Black, and they might identify as a person of color, but they still exist within a spectrum between white and Black. Black is on the furthest end of the spectrum. And that's why you have things like a model minority. Because the furthest thing from Blackness is where most people want to be. During the times of Michael Brown when he was murdered, Trayvon Martin when he was murdered, and the Black Lives Matter movement really started to arise, I went through identity issues. What the fuck does it mean to be Black in America? Like, really think about that. Now I ask you, what the fuck does it mean to be white in America? And I'm not the only one that goes through economic issues and yada, yada, yada. I get that. But it's primarily our communities that deal with that shit. And the people, the white people who are in those communities amongst us who also deal with that shit, it's because the more affluent cannot deal with their shit. So in turn, you are actually hurting your own community of people by not supporting us. So I'll be brief. The idea of reparations is very important. And I'll be honest, there are people who are going to want to co-opt that idea. The pain and suffering that Black people had to endure and go through, they should share in the conclusion and profits that come from that. I don't think so. Because it's about equity. It's about equity. If you believe in equity, you will have that same mindset. It's about building a foundation, not distributing it so everything stays the fucking same. So we have to start using that instead of equality. We need equity. I want a higher quality of life. And with that, do what you can to support us. We will do what we can to support you. When a white person gets downed by a police officer, yeah, we'll step up and support y'all. If a racist action happens against another person in another community, yeah, we should speak on that. It's about being powerful leaders. Everyone here is a leader in their own right. You just have to decide, what the fuck do you want to lead? What do you want to lead on? Where is your place? How are you going to dismantle this oppressive system? And I think at the end, you'll agree, supporting the Black community and reparations is the first start. That's all I got to say.
All right. So we're all here because we want to take action to make changes to the world so that we can all live our best possible lives, right? And I've watched a lot of political movements, and I've tried to figure out how is it that so many minorities in America have found true liberation, but there's others who haven't yet, and there's missing pieces. So what I see right here is social power. Communities coming together and working together to pull each other up. This is the start of that. The next steps are to transform our social power into political action and political power. And then that directly leads to exactly what my brother was just speaking about here, economic power. So we've got to go from social to political to economic power. And that is how we achieve true liberation. So how many of you all think that dictator Durkin is an ally in that struggle? Okay, so how many of you want dictator Durkin gone? Now, are you willing to beg and plead for her to leave on her own schedule? Are you going to put your hopes and dreams into impeachment? Because we all know that can fail, right? Okay, so what I need from each and every one of you who believes in this part of this message is for you to go online right this second. Go look for recall_Durkin on Twitter and follow us on change.org/recall_Durkin. We don't have to wait. We don't have to beg. We don't have to use impeachment. We can recall her butt right now. And 26,000 of you have already signed on, okay? Now I need you all to go sign on to that petition and follow our work. We have a group of people, we have 3 lawyers and legal assistants who are drafting the paperwork to recall her butt right the fuck now. The only thing that's been slowing us down is that almost every single day we turn on the news and we find out some queer folks who are unrelated to this protest are being tear gassed in their goddamn apartments. 3-month-old babies are foaming at the mouth. What the fuck is that? That's a war crime. That's exactly right. So every day, our legal filing grows longer and longer and longer. And we're still analyzing her emergency orders and her illegal skateboards and illegal light bulbs. Because if you dig into these filings, they are complex and they are detailed. And we're doing that hard work. And we will do it together. So the next movement, the next step for this work is we got to go from 26,000 digital signatures to 50 to 70,000 physical signatures, okay? So that means I'm going to be back out here in about a week, and we're going to have paper, and we're going to have clipboards, and you're going to have to go to your neighborhood, and you're going to have to spread this message across all of Seattle, okay? Because we will recall Durkin, and we will send a message to everyone who thinks maintaining the status quo is somehow progress, incremental progress. That's bullshit. We want change. We want change to happen rapidly, and we want it to support all of our community. And the only way we can do that is by removing the people who stand in the way. And right now, that is dictator Durkin. Thank you for your time.
What up, y'all? So I'm Warren, Pacific Northwest Transit Daddy. Thank you, darling. Thank you. I appreciate you. So I got my bag on because I've been kind of roaming around, helping out, asking questions, do what I can. I think this is absolute magic, y'all. This is autonomous magic. And autonomy is something I kind of wanted to talk about because what's really, really neat about autonomy is that there's individual agency. You've seen none of us come over here and give y'all orders to respect the missing and murdered indigenous people. No one is giving you orders to come here and hold down this fort that we've created for ourselves, free of capitalism, free of these sort of social ills that have kept us Black folks more oppressed, but all of us working class folks oppressed, period. We have kind of rejected that concept, right? Absolutely. So we have agency. We did not, someone warned me about, well, careful for all of those white liberals who may be out there because you no longer can take just their word on it. Well, the good news is I didn't have to. There's folks here doing it. Y'all paid the checks, right? Y'all doing the stuff, but we are not done. There's been concerns about when we were talking about handing this land to indigenous folks like it rightfully should be, that we're giving them the spotlight. And I hate to break it to you, but if you think 6 blocks of Capitol Hill is the spotlight, you have limited your idea of what liberation and freedom really is. If you think this is it, like we've done it, we've reached this anarcho-syndicalist safe haven that everyone, without the oppressive laws and stuff like that, we did it for 6 blocks of Capitol Hill. No, the problem is to spread this, right? Is to do this. Now, the good part about this being an autonomous zone is we've been having questions about, well, are people shaking down businesses for protection money? Are people making these strict laws and IDing people who come in, demonstrating an absolute failure of an understanding of the word autonomous, right? So I'm a Black person. I thank y'all for, I thank my brothers and sisters for helping give me a voice, and I'm an autonomous Black person. I'm involved in very few groups. I don't do so hot in groups. That is a me thing. I just operate best individually. But the good news is I'm still Black. I still got my voice, and y'all have still treated me like that voice matters, because it does. Right, but the thing about Blackness we've been talking about is that Blackness very much does harbor a unique type of hatred. It just conjures up a unique type of disdain for a person when you see their skin tone. So this is a unique experience. It's kind of unlike any. It's because we're great. We're kings, queens, and everything in betweens, right? This is what it is. And so when we do this work, we have to recognize that we are operating in groups as autonomous folks, as autonomous Black folks. We have our agency. We have these things, and the good news about this area being labeled lawless is that it is. It's free of oppressive laws that have stolen land and agency from people for decades. It's free of that. We have a unique opportunity right now, autonomously, without regard to oppressive laws, without regard to colonial mindsets. We have a unique opportunity to physically, right now, if we wanted to, hand this stolen land back to the indigenous people that it belongs to. I don't want to be a prisoner on stolen land. I want to be a welcome guest on beautiful kept land. I want to be a welcome guest here. And I'm sorry, I'm an autonomous Black dude, so I can't do a lot of things by myself. I require the lean of my community. And I cannot be free on a restricted stolen land. I cannot cultivate stolen crops. I cannot liberate myself on land that is not mine or anybody who can help me get it, right? I can't do it. So we have, I can't, I'm not a leader, and I had no leaders, no gods, no masters for me. I'm so sorry. No, all those things. No gods, no masters, no bosses, no bastards. So I'm not going to sit here and try to make you and convince you to I'm not going to control your agency. I'm not going to tell you we need to get up right now and hand this land to indigenous folks. The best we've all been able to do here is just convince you autonomously. We make our arguments, we present them to the people, you adopt them or you don't. But what's important to remember that we have the power right now in seizing this land to give this land back to who it belongs. If we do not see this opportunity, that is absolutely our autonomous choice. But then we do not get to claim that we are here for justice. That is demonstrably hypocritical. That would mean that this entire thing is no more valuable than a simple state of land acknowledgement. We have the opportunity to physically, autonomously, on our own will, hand it physically back to the indigenous people of whom we recognize whose land we're standing on. So let's just kind of give that. I present that to you, the people. I present it to you in an autonomous, self-agency way, and I hope you all can sign on that, and I hope you all can join me in that. That's kind of the best I can do for you right now. So I'm Pacific Northwest Transit Daddy. Thanks, comrades.
Right on, right on. Again, we appreciate everybody coming up here and sharing. At the same time, because this is such a new space, we want to make sure we're laying the right foundation. So as we all noticed, 3 dudes just came up here and shared, which was very appreciative. But is there anybody who doesn't fit that would like to come up here and potentially speak next? We're trying to be mindful of representation here, seriously. So if there's people that would like to speak, hold on a second. We're looking for someone who's not a male right now. Yeah. Oh, here you go. Come on up. Yeah, please. It's right here. It's the line, sir.
Hey all. Talking with a mask is real weird. My name is Vivian. I run Northwest Film Forum, which is 2 blocks down from the police station. I wasn't really trying to talk today, but this brother right here said some stuff that I super jive with, so I thought I would. And that's to the point of being when you're not white or black, you're somewhere in between. And as an Asian American person, I've been having some fucking huge revelations lately. Along the lines of, I've experienced discrimination in my life, of course. You get called chink, whatever, dumbass jokes, eye slants, all that shit. But it's not the same. It's not even close to the same. And I feel like the rage that we collectively have felt by watching the George Floyd murder and so many other murders before that kind of building up to this point, I'm realizing and so naive that this is the way that Black people have felt for so long and there's been no change. So I feel like if you're needing something to harness past the first weekend of rioting or whatever, or being angry at the police, there's something to tap into there. It's a collective frustration that people are still experiencing that as a white person or a non-Black person of color you might not experience. But do you feel me? Does it make sense? Okay. And then 2 other really quick points. 1, the media, the mainstream media is bullshit. We all maybe know this. Okay. But there's a huge degree of media literacy that I would encourage you to embrace. Tell your friends about it who might not know and are just eating the bullshit mainstream news, and tell them the truth. But also don't spread rumors within our own groups that aren't true. So that's the other point. And the last point is to people who are, this is my favorite term, pearl clutching and hand wringing at home, particularly white folk who really want to help and aren't here, which is great. Everyone has to help in their own way. And if you're not helping because you're not out in person, COVID's still happening, totally reasonable. Don't feel bad about it if you gotta stay at home. It's all good. There's still shit you can do. So those people who need shit to do and you see shit that they could be doing that's not being out here protesting, tell them what they can do. Because they will do it. Seriously, I've been writing lists and tagging people and people will do it. So just do it. Okay, thank you.
How's everybody doing out there today? My name is Kenji X, and I'm from Florida. My father was born in 1933. I'm gonna tell you guys a story, and I don't give a fuck if you like it or not, if it hurts your feelings. It's the truth. My father was born in 1933. He's from Mississippi, as my sister here is, her ancestors are from. And I was reading this literature. In the 30s, the Native Americans had over 300 million lands of acres. They got moved off that land in the 30s. My father's mother was one of those people. She was full-blooded Native American. Her name was Antonio Calmes. He never knew who his father was. So that makes him half. And if the math is correct, that makes me a quarter. Am I right? Okay. So when my father was 13, 14 years old, back in those days, they had something called a juke joint, which they used to go in the woods. Because being from Mississippi, it's all woods back in the 30s, 40s. So they went out by him and 8 of his friends, and this truck pulled up, and they scattered, caught 5 of his friends, caught them, hung them up on trees, cut their dicks off, and set them on fire. 5 people, 5 nameless bodies. That's unaccounted for. So my father left a couple of years after that, but he didn't leave on his own will. He had to fight to get out of there. To suffice to say, he killed a couple of white people too to get out of there. And that's when he moved to Florida. He met my mom. So I grew up in Florida. Fast forward, I'm 13 years old. My father was a sharecropper. Should I say slave? When I turned 13, I was proud to be working alongside my father, making $1.33 an hour, all day, sun up to sundown. So, go through life thinking you're making a difference for yourself and your family when you're not getting that much money. And for someone else to tell you about who you really are, someone other than a Black person telling you that, is very saddening. Because being from the South, we don't have no history books about us. There's nothing. There's a small paragraph, guess about the Tuskegee or the airmen soldiers. So I learned this when I went in the military. Had this white guy was telling me everything that I didn't know about myself. I felt embarrassed because I'm a Black man coming from somewhere that I wasn't taught about my history. All I knew was to survive, how to survive, and I was taught that by my father. And we're going through the same thing that Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, the Black Party Panther, and we're still going through the same thing today. There is no reason for us to keep going through this. And mind you, when they wrote the Constitution, we were still slaves. And they haven't changed it yet. And the only way that it's going to happen is that you, Black, white, brown, yellow, I don't call those colors. That's the colors they gave us. I call us humans. And I was telling my brother, Roz, I just met this brother today. I was telling him, brother, I don't care who leads us. As long as when you get that position, don't sell out. Because this is the problem that we're having. It's very systemic. And it's no matter who it is, we got Carmen Best, she's in office. I know she's Black. She know we Black. She know what we went through. Why do we have to keep going through this? She's not Black? Tell you one thing, guys. This COVID is a blessing and a curse, because I've always said, in order for things to change, there has to be bloodshed, and it's going to take a concerted effort for us to do it. And with you, white people standing with us, my heart, I appreciate you guys. Brown people, Native American, Asians, I appreciate you guys. But we got to get organized. We're doing protesting properly, but I think it's time to come to the table, because the thing that I'm worried about the most is that they open up the country. Everybody got mortgages and houses and rent to pay. There's going to be a lot less of us out here if they say go back to work, because you know just as well as I know, they said go back to work, this crowd is going to be thin. So we got to get organized. It's time to communicate. Get to the table, make the demands, and make sure that we put the right person in there. Like I said, I don't care what color they are, but don't sell out. And one of the last things I'm going to tell you. Thank you. One of the last things I'm going to tell you is that I just got introduced to Jane Elliott, Caucasian lady. She does the
this racial discrimination thing against white people. She said, there's a lot worse than dying. There's a lot worse thing than dying, and it's living a worthless, useless life. And if you guys don't stand with us, when they're done with us, they're gonna start on the Asians, and then they're gonna get you because they need to fund their police department. So you guys should stand with us. We shouldn't see colors, because until we do that, we're just gonna be in the same boat that we were, the same boat that we started when as far as I can remember. So we gotta stick together. Mark Twain, to the fear of death, followed by the fear of life. Any man who lives fully is prepared to die at any time. I'm ready, but we can't win. We got to go to the ballots. We got to beat them. We got to beat them. We got to stick together. We got to beat them, because if we don't, we out of here. I'm telling you right now, we have to stick together. I appreciate each and every last one of you guys. I appreciate you very much.
Everyone inhale with me. Take a deep breath. I can breathe. We are at a crossroads, illuminated by Etrian colors. So fly your flag, whatever color. Black man made those lights we get stopped at night. Cop pull gun, flash bright light. Body bag, body bag, body bag, body bag. Stepped over Biggie in a body bag. Stood back and watched Tupac clocked. It's the 11 o'clock hour. We all scratching for power. Every second in the minute of the hour. All of water on the planet is older than the solar system. And the sun exploded and spit the bulbous nubs that call planets Elohim, that steam where you dream. It precipitates and elevates your thoughts. Keys to lock. Doors of illusions open. The city was smoking. The city was smoking. Everybody open. Everybody hearts open. Yeah, your hearts are in the right place in your bodies. They don't care about anti-thoughts, Antifa, anti with a teacup, anti this, anti that. What about all life is black matter? Can we say that? All life is black matter. From the blackness of space, the blackness of your mother's womb. When you die, you go back to black. In between, you look at the rainbow really closely. There is black holding the colors together. No, for real. Google it. Check it out. I don't know. White folks think of all kind of crazy shit to a lot of people. Like stocks and bonds. This capitalistic bearer bond having Bilderberg digging an iceberg looking for the curve in the bank. That's the bank, eh? That's the bank. That's the river. That's the currency. Where you bend the currency at the bank. See, they brought the black bodies over in a vessel. Santa Maria, Anta Maria, whoever, mama. And when they docked the vessel at the port, the doctor signs a birth certificate where the vessel is in the birth. The black bodies come out, they put them in stocks and bonds, and you come and buy me. I'm in stock. That's why we all do is grabbing, you know. So your stocks and bonds are named after black bodies built underneath Wall Street, probably in between the bricks of the wall that turned into Wall Street. So y'all street, right? It's our street, right? The struggle is beautiful, and my beauty is indestructible. Repeat after me. The struggle is beautiful, and my beauty is indestructible. That's how black folks walk around all day, all the time. Y'all don't really know, because y'all just like got this imagination that takes you to these places, right? Pyramid this, you know, scroll this, Bhagavita that, you know, we've been doing shit like this since we've been doing it since before was before, right? Like my ancestors built the pyramids along the Mississippi. See, I'm not a slave. I'm just here. Here, I had this thought. Think about the white folks who came over on a boat with an English accent that turned into that country drawl. And they sitting up there looking at black folks walking around with a nice silk shawl. They were supposed to be serving them. So they're still thinking that. Remember those kids trying to go to school and had all those white folks yelling at them? When those people are now having people and they're here somewhere. There's an agent in here. Right? You hear what you hear. You hear, what are you hearing? What are you saying? What are you doing? What do you want? Peace, equity. Can you just leave me alone? Can I just express my brilliance in the best of my chest, where my heartbeat rests? Black lives matter. Sounds hella funny coming out of white folks' mouth to me. I know my life matters. I'm still here. Right? I could tell you stories about a black man and a cop. Black man and cop. You kind of, you already thought about it. Tell me a story about a white man and a cop. Hey, thank you very much. All right, see you later. It's not trying to comedy, but you know, we need a little humor. I wanted to like regale you in something, but I see you're here and we are at a crossroads of something. If you're old enough and you watch Roots when it aired first, this is what this feel like. Yeah, y'all not, right? You know, white folks was like, I'm sorry. Like the whole country was paused. They were like contemplative. Did we really do that? Yeah, motherfucker, you did. So this is that moment where it's like, cool, you sorry. You got money? You got a building? You got a plug in to the municipal equity divestment of whatever ever clevers. Go do that. Go do your history. Go look up history. Not his, but some story. I had this thought, like there was this immortal walking around, right? And he would leave notes in his notebook. And over time, he would forget where he left his notebook, right? He's an immortal. So he's just watching all this shit go by like a tree. And so over time, he would find his notebook and he noticed people had left notes over his notes. And over time, people had like been scribing from his book. Remember I said the Bhagavad Gita, the Torah, the Bible? So this immortal was writing down everybody else's thoughts and putting it in his notebook and leaving it. And you guys are catching it and reading it, misinterpreting it, and all this other shit. Remember what we breathe, right? If you get the breath right, you get your step right. You get your step right, you get the direction right. You get the direction right, you get the destination right. Oh, you black block looking motherfuckers, y'all some funny people. But y'all should be the white shields dressed in black. That's hella funny to me. Yeah, I got y'all. I keep my eye on y'all. Get your breath right. You get your life right. You get your light right. Like a light bright. Feeling my age right now, but whatever. I'm still here. Corvus, Blackburn.
Good evening. My name's Dee. I'm from the Suquamish Nation. You may have seen me speak a couple days ago when this location was taken. I have two things to discuss here. The first one is that one of my cousins was out here earlier discussing how this is a shared struggle for a lot of us. People in my family are rotting in cages. People in my family have been killed by the police. People in my cousin's family have been killed by the police. If you look up the statistics online, it's horrifying. We are not here to co-opt this moment. We are not here to steer this discussion. We're here to say that we stand with you and we understand your pain and this state violence against you. What I'm here to discuss is two things that have been concerning people in my communities that I've been talking to since this started. First of all, when I come out here, I see so few people from my communities that we all recognize each other, whether it's, other Black and Indigenous trans women, whether it's other Native people. There isn't a lot of us out here, and there isn't a lot of us speaking to these crowds and making our voices heard. That bothers us. The second thing is that taking this space and handing it over to us is not a decolonial action because this space has not been held. This is not a strategic position yet. This is the cops running away to decide what to do later because they ran out of ideas and they're not allowed to shoot us with guns yet. If you are going to make this a decolonial action, this is the first step in a years-long battle. This is not something that you can just wash your hands of guilt by saying, here, we're handing this back to the indigenous peoples of this land. We need to discuss tactics. We need to discuss how we are going to hold this space and what we are going to do next. We brought enough of a crowd to them to make them back off. And, I haven't been able to see anyone who got pictures of this. They took over TT Minor and used the school buses as shields to hide their military vehicles. They're using the Safeway. They're using the QFC as staging points for their attack to destroy this position. So if we're going to make this a decolonial action, if we are going to make this a sustainable position, then we need a plan. And that's a discussion that needs to be happening. We need to know what position we're taking next, whether that's the West Precinct, whether that's City Hall. This needs to be planned, and we need to be sitting and having these discussions. And the people I know who don't feel safe being out here, who aren't out here, who aren't locally here, who have their own reasons for not being on the ground, who've been sitting at home disgusted that there's a bunch of white people painting signs saying that this is decolonization. This is something at the beginning of the game board for that. This is not something you get to call that and act like you're a revolutionary. Sit with that.
Thank you so much, Dave.
So that's the perfect note right there for, we came out to try to create space in response to like what the community was asking as far as wanting to have a general assembly. We're not here to try to dictate or shape what that looked like. It felt really important to give space to the conversations that were happening here today. And I feel like the two takeaways, and y'all verify if I'm right or wrong here, the two value takeaways from this very initial, very being figured out General Assembly would be a commitment to abolitionism, yeah? The abolitionist framework, not the other framework, not the reformist framework, the abolitionist framework, and a commitment to solidarity and accountability with Indigenous communities, right? So we're gonna wrap the General Assembly portion of this for right now. We're gonna keep the stage up so people can continue on talking. It's just a stack. But let's come back here. We'll be back here tomorrow at 3 o'clock and perhaps talk about breakout groups and working groups. Would love for any of y'all that want to be involved in facilitating that process to come back here now, help, map it out, and let's get some shit done. Thank all y'all, man. Y'all are my heroes.
Thank y'all so much for being here. Let's keep working. Let's keep working. Let's give each other some space to grow, but we're all committed. I think that was an amazing point. This is a long haul. It's a marathon. Much love, y'all.
Trust when life get ominous, then it's obvious. And this ain't unexpected, cause even if
Sandra Bland. Say her name. Sandra Bland. Say her name. Sandra Bland. Say her name. Sandra Bland. Who else?
Philando Castro.
I only one time. I'm sorry.
Philando
Castro. Philando Castro.
Philando Castro.
Say his name.
Philando Castro.
Philando Castro.
Philando Castro.
Say his name. Say his name. Say his name. Who else?
Darren Sterling.
Freddie Gray. Say his name.
Freddie Gray.
Say his name.
Freddie Gray.
Say his name.
Freddie Gray. Manuel Elise.
Juan McDaniel. Say his name.
Juan McDaniel.
Say his name.
Juan McDaniel.
Say his name.
Juan McDaniel.
I heard a name over here.
Manuel Elise.
Manuel Elise. Boy, right? Say his name.
Manuel Elise.
Say his name.
Manuel Elise.
Say his name.
Manuel Elise.
Who else?
Deontay Riley.
Deontay Riley.
Trayvon Martin.
Kendrick Johnson. Say his name.
Kendrick Johnson.
Say his name. Deontay Rollins. We ain't forget. Yeah. Deontay Rollins.
Deontay Rollins.
Say his name.
Deontay Rollins.
Say his name.
Deontay Rollins.
Say his name.
Deontay Rollins.
Ahmaud Auburn. Ahmaud Auburn. Say it. Auburn.
Ahmaud Auburn.
Ahmaud Auburn.
Ahmaud Auburn.
Who else?
Tony McDade.
Tony McDade.
Tony McDade.
Say his name.
Tony McDade.
Say his name.
Tony McDade.
Who else?
Marquise Alston.
Marquise Alston.
Marquise Alston.
Say his name.
Marquise Alston.
Say his name.
Marquise Alston.
Who else? Nina Pop.
Amina Pop.
Say her name.
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 Amina Pop.
Who else? Emmett Till.
MPD.
Emmett Till. Till. Emmett Till.
Emmett Till.
Say his name.
Emmett Till.
Say his name.
Emmett Till.
Say his name.
Emmett Till.
I'm listening. Rodney King.
Rodney King.
Say his name.
Rodney King.
Say his name.
Rodney King.
Malcolm X.
Malcolm X.
Say his name.
Malcolm X.
Say his name.
Malcolm X.
Say his name.
Malcolm X.
Martin Luther King Jr.
Martin Luther King Jr.
Martin Luther King
Martin Luther King
Jr.
Jr.
Say his name.
Martin Luther King Jr.
Say his name.
Martin Luther King Jr.
What's his name?
Martin Luther King Jr.
Who else? Fred Hampton. Say his name.
Fred Hampton.
Say his name.
Fred Hampton.
Say his name.
Fred Hampton.
Mike Brown. Say his name.
Mike Brown.
Say his name.
Mike Brown.
Say his name.
Mike Brown.
Are you not embarrassed? We can do this all night. Keep going. Let's go. Who else? Walter Sterling. Walter Sterling. Sorry, forgive me. Alton Sterling.
Alton Sterling.
Alton Sterling.
Alton Sterling.
Say his name.
Alton Sterling.
Say his name.
Alton Sterling.
Say his name.
Alton Sterling.
Sean Reed. Sean Reed.
Sean Reed.
Say his name.
Sean Reed.
Say his name.
Sean Reed.
Say his name.
Sean Reed.
George Stinney. Say his name.
George Stinney.
Say his name.
George Stinney.
Say his name.
George Stinney.
Say his name.
George Stinney.
Say his name.
George Stinney.
Who else?
Raphael Briscoe.
Briscoe.
Cora Jones. Say her name.
Cora Jones.
Say her name.
Cora Jones.
Say her name.
Cora Jones.
Say her name.
Cora Jones.
Say her name.
Cora Jones.
That's right. Ralph Briscoe.
Ralph Briscoe.
Ralph Briscoe. Ralph Briscoe.
Ralph Briscoe.
Ralph Briscoe.
Ralph Briscoe.
Ralph Briscoe. can do this all night.
There's a whole list, that whole black list of all just women and girls killed by the police. I have it. I have a picture.
I'll just stand over there. I got y'all.
All right, we're gonna come over here. Tamasa Africa, Sunday. Tamasa Africa. Sunday. Tamasa Africa. Say your name. Tamasa Africa. Felicia Africa, Sunday. Felicia Africa. Say your name. Felicia Africa. Say your name. Felicia Africa. Nada Africa, say your name. Nada Africa. 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 Carol Adams, say your name. Carol Adams. Say your name. Carol Adams. Say your name. Carol Adams. Rhonda Africa, say your name. Rhonda Africa. Say your name. Rhonda Africa. Say your name. Rhonda Africa. Shelly Amos, say your name. Shelly Amos. Say your name. Shelly Amos. Say your name. Shelly Amos. Tanisha Anderson, say your name. Tanisha Anderson. Say your name. Tanisha Anderson. Say your name. Tanisha Anderson. Venus Renee, say your name. Venus Renee. Say your name. Venus Renee. Say your name. Venus Renee. Clearer, clearer. Rakia Boyd, say your name. Rakia Boyd. Say your name. Rakia Boyd. Rakia Boyd, say your name. Rakia Boyd. Anna Brown, say your name. Anna Brown. 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 Martina Brown, say your name. Martina Brown. Say your name. Martina Brown. Say your name. Martina Brown. Eleanor Bumper, say your name. Eleanor Bumper. Eleanor Bumper, say her name. Eleanor Bumper. Say your name. Eleanor Bumper. Say your name. Eleanor Bumper. Here. Cheryl Barton, say your name. Cheryl Barton. Say your name. Cheryl Barton. Say your name. Cheryl Barton. Marcella Bird, say your name. Marcella Bird. Marcella Bird, say your name.
Marcella Bird.
Miriam Carey, say your name. Miriam Carey. Miriam Carey, say your name. Miriam Carey. Say your name. Miriam Carey. Alexia Christian, say your name. Alexia Christian. Say your name. Alexia Christian. Say your name. Alexia Christian. Berenice Clay. Berenice Clay. Berenice Clay. Berenice Clay.
been doing this?
Alicia McCuller. Say her name. Alicia McCuller. Say her name. Alicia McCuller. Sharon McDowell. Say her name. Sharon McDowell. Say her name. Sharon McDowell. Sharon McDowell. Della McDuffie. Say her name. Della McDuffie. Say her name. Della McDuffie. Say her name. Della McDuffie. Natasha McKenna. Say her name. 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 Natasha McKenna.
message that he wants to deliver. And I guess he wants to apologize for whatever he feels his part is. And he wants to do some more stuff, I guess. It's good stuff. So I encourage you. So follow me over there. Can I say one thing first? Please.
Alright. How y'all doing? I want to say peace to the people. Peace. 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 I represent us. Peace movement is born out of this movement right here. I just want to say a few things before, y'all proceed with the rest of your, with the rest of the program. Yesterday, they told us, the fence was coming down. We thought the fence was coming down. If you were out, they told us at 1 a.m.
Taking it down at 1 a.m. But it's still here.
It's still here, right? So we started to move all the pictures on the other side, the memorabilia, which created new opportunities for you to put stuff new up. So these pictures that I've never seen. So the emotion that you hear is going to be raw, because I've never seen it. Everybody else here is equally important, but it's one picture that kind of grabbed my attention as being especially egregious. I'm going to show y'all. This one right here.
Serenade! Anaya Jones! Serenade! Anaya Jones! Serenade! Anaya Jones! Serenade! Anaya Jones!
This one in particular, these two right here really grabbed my attention because these are kids.
Killed in her sleep, 7 years old.
7 years old. How many people in here got kids?
Take a knee. If you cannot see people in front, please take a knee so
Yeah.
you can see their faces.
Sit, kneel, bend, stand.
I want you to raise your hand if you got kids. So how many of y'all people out here got kids? At least raise your hand. Right. Okay, how many people out here got nephew and niece, cousins? Got a 7-year-old in their family? Or, under 18. Everybody got a 9 in their family. I want you to really think about your family and the dynamics of your family. And how would you imagine how your family would react if your 7-year-old cousin, if you had to get a call from the police saying your 7-year-old cousin was murdered by the police? Like, really think about the dynamics of your own personal family and how they would react, how you would react, how you would feel. Whoever this girl mother is, I promise you, she doesn't get any sleep at night. Whoever this girl's cousin is, family members, they have no relief. The police did. So who you gonna call when the prosecutor say, guess what? We're not investigating this case for your 7-year-old daughter that's been buried. We refuse to prosecute anybody. We refuse to even look into it. Imagine how you and your family would feel. So when we are saying these names, it's a story behind all these names. But this one, especially, is super egregious to me. It's no way a bullet from an officer should ever reach a child. Ever. In her sleep.
Sleep on the couch.
Sleep on the couch. I mean, come on. Like, let's be clear about this. This is not okay.
10 years ago, we're still saying her name.
Still. This is crazy. This is crazy. So I know we've all been calling for different types of responsibility. We've been placing different responsibility on different people. But I'm going to speak to first us. I'm going to speak to the officers. All the officers out there. First with us. One thing that we can do is all of us need to write a letter to the Justice Department and ask them to investigate the unarmed killing of everybody in the last 5 years.
That's right.
Every single one of us. That's right. Don't cost you nothing but a little bit and a little bit of sincerity. You can all write the Justice Department and say, hey, all write your council member, your congress member, your mayor. Please investigate these killings. Because guess what? At the end of the day, the peace that we we strive for, that we want in our heart, this mother has no peace. Has no peace. So all of us really need to take the time out to do something, and that is something that we all can do. That's something we all can do. We can write a letter. You know what's so cold?
Or you can even visit
Or you
local
can visit.
legislators' office.
And just ask, hey, investigate whatever unarmed killing that you can investigate. That will make me feel better. And I'm not even part of the family. Because these people deserve it.
No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace!
Hold on, I got one more thing to say. And for the office, this is going to go out to the office. This is very important. We don't know what you've done out here. Only you know. And whoever was around you. But as an officer, we don't know. The public don't really know what you have. I'm going to ask the officer, take responsibility of whatever you've done. Go to your superior. You had a situation where you might have gotten to it a little bit. You done something you ain't supposed to do. Take accountability as a man or woman and say, I pulled that trigger when I wasn't supposed to. We shouldn't have to make you do that. We shouldn't have to ask you to do that. Y'all know what y'all done out there, and you know the oath that you took to protect and serve us. If you feel short, we understand. But go to your superior and say, hey, this is what I got on my heart, because guess what? You're not going to sleep at night either. Y'all are not, them officers who pulled that trigger police, they not sleeping at night either. And what they do is, with that guilt, they carry you to the next job, and the next job, and the next job. That's why y'all read so many names, because they really, that's the guilt that they feel towards themselves, because they hate themselves based on what they've done. So they just repeat the action over and over again. It's a trap they can't get out of. So the best one, the only way to get out of it is to be honest within yourself and say, hey, superior, I made a mistake. Help me through this. Show me the way. So, because at the end of the day, we all need to heal. We all need to heal.
Which is why we're also calling for a national database so police officers cannot get fired from one force for reckless violence. They don't move to the next force, the next city, state, or town over. Can you believe it? We have systems that track your tattoos. Fuck your face. They track your tattoos and recognize who you are. But we can't track police that are violently disturbing the peace. That's what they're doing. That are killing people. We can't track this. This is bullshit. Bullshit.
So one thing to the officers too, I want to make sure I get this point out. This is my last point. Officers, you know goodness well the hate that you have in your own heart. You gave an oath to protect and serve everybody. So you know if you don't like black people, you ain't got no business being no officer. You know that in your own heart. Step down, turn your fancy gun in, and walk away from the job before you hurt somebody. So at the end of the day, you can say what you want, but we can see when you go out there in the streets if you don't like this type of person or that type of person. We see and we notice. Be a man about your old woman, about your situation, and say, hey, this ain't the job for me. Because I don't like black people. But guess what? You got to protect black people. I don't like this type of person. You got to protect them. So guess what? If you can't protect everybody, you don't need that job. Step down. Be a man and responsible about your stuff, and just step down and make all our lives easier. Because eventually you're going to make a mistake out there based on your hate. That's all my time. I just want you to say, hold on.
My name is Miss Hardy. I'm going to make this real quick. My name is Miss Hardy. I'm a U.S. veteran. I live in the Southeast Ward 7, Ward 8 area. I run an organization called Guns Down Friday. And I like to say bad things happen when good people do nothing. I'm going to say that again. Bad things happen when good people do nothing. So you guys, we got to stand up and do something. Another thing I like to say is I'm not going to wait around for the government to do something. We must do it ourselves.
Within the community. In fact, it starts in your house. When you wake up in the morning, we can't expect the federal government to change our local community. Sorry for interrupting.
Oh, no, unity in the community. But no, that's all I wanted to say. And if you guys, I'm about action. So it's good that we all out here today, but we got to be about action. Follow me on Guns Down Friday on Instagram. My cash app is Guns Down Friday. And these funds go directly to families affected by gun violence. We were just at a young man's house the other day who lost his leg from a police slamming him down on the ground. So we got to show more love, you guys. We got to be out here. We just donated a laptop to a young lady who she was staying overnight at a school and committed suicide. And the police have still, 2 years later, the police have still not released the police report on this young lady. So let's be about action. Let's come together like these young men said and show love. And yes, guns down in our home street and community.
Come to the church. Come in front of the church. Come in front of the church. Anyone have anything to say? Of this new revelation. Now, it's appropriate that we did this the right way tonight. We paid homage. We named names. We spoke on those that can't speak anymore because they couldn't breathe. So how are we going to do it right now? We're going to take a moment to do a demonstration. What I believe is sometimes you can do an act that is professed. In other words, you do something that represents what's to come. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this mic. First off, this is a love moment, okay? So give somebody a fist bump, a pound. If you came with him, you can hug him. But if you didn't, let's not spread nothing. Okay, here we go. So right now, this moment is about love. I'm going to hand this over to my white brother, Stephen, okay? And Stephen, yes ma'am. Say something, Come on, it's all love.
Hello everybody. I'm not going to be too loud. It's my first time having my voice for 2 weeks, so I'm going to be very slow. I want to speak to my allies out here. While I'm very happy that you guys are out here, I just want to say we've been speaking on this for over 400 years. Nobody has applauded us. Not enough people have heard us, and we are still hurting. I personally
community with her. All I'm saying is, this is the generation where it will be what she's talking about right now. This is the generation that will speak up. Yes. This is the generation that will challenge passivity. This is the generation that will hold people accountable for being silent. This is the generation that will walk in true accountability and true respect. You hear what I'm saying? So thank you for that. Now, here's an opportunity. What we're about to do is a demonstration of what she just said. So at this moment, my brother right here is going to show you what white privilege is really about. Hold on, I know you might say, what? Well, hold up, we're about to show you something.
My name is Steven, and I grew up about 5 minutes away from this brother right here. I grew up in a home with 2 parents who have been happily married. I grew up in the richest county in America, Loudoun County. As I grew up, I thought I'm not a racist. I don't have a racist family. I'm a good guy. I considered this guy a friend. And one day, the 2 of us work at the same place, and we walked into our job. And it was right after Philando Castile and Alton Sterling had died. And I walked in and I said, hey man, how's it going? He said, what do you mean, how's it going? I recognized in that moment that the 2 of us had witnessed the same events very differently. I saw those events as isolated news stories that I could then move on from. My sister over here talked about 400 years and how you all as African Americans, those of you who are African Americans, have been fighting. I can honestly say, to my embarrassment and to my shame, I'm 3 weeks old fighting. And I recognized and was embarrassed. I recognized and was embarrassed of my white privilege. And this is what I couldn't realize, I couldn't figure out. Okay, I understand I have a privilege. I understand I've never been pulled over because of the color of my skin. I understand I've never had a talk from my parents about what to do if a police officer approached me. But what am I supposed to do with that? How do I leverage that to actually make a difference, to help somebody? And I had this revelation, I had this realization, I had this epiphany through a friendship with this brother right here. That there was a man named Jesus. And this man named Jesus had a moment with his followers. And in those days, there was dirt roads and everybody wore Air Jesuses, sandals. They're walking around with dirty feet, and the lowest servant of the house would get down on his hands and knees. And the lowest servant was responsible for washing every person's feet. And so here's Jesus, the definition of God. God in the flesh. And instead of allowing the lowest servant to wash his friend's feet, he got down on his knees, and he had a towel, and he had a bucket of water, and he began to wash the feet of his followers. My white privilege is to serve this man right here. My white privilege is to serve African Americans. And so turn it over to this bro. I'm gonna watch my brothers. I'm gonna turn it over to this bro.
So listen, here's the thing. Everybody can express a way of humbling themselves. This is what you call the first action. When you sometimes, first off, him getting down ain't gonna change shit. That ain't gonna change a thing. Hold up, we not about to fight during love. Listen, let me tell y'all something. I used to play football, and every offseason, we would go to the gym, and we wouldn't be in shape. So sometimes you had to push your body to limits that you hadn't been to in your life. And then after you did that, then you would start to get in shape, and you would be able to start to move faster. You'd be
Take a knee. 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 Y'all sound so good right now. Take a knee. Take a knee. Come on, Adrian, take in the chat. Take a knee. 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 My knees is bad. I have to switch knees. My knees is hurting. My knees is hurting. Yo, I'm gonna be super heated if I see someone gift a sub. Hold on. Some of you that's been here with our team for the last 2 or 3. Hold up, wait. I have to stand. My knees are hurting. My knees are hurting. That's exactly what it is. Iztek Neskiv. Yo, Neskiv, I seen you playing Super Mario 64 doing speedruns. If you're gonna learn, type in my chat, guy. I like your streams. That's under the age of 30. My knees hurt, my bad, I was kneeling, but my knees are hurting. Among the generation that's now, you are the strongest generation to have ever existed on the planet. Woo! What we are doing today, we are walking the revolution. Bro, I was kneeling. Is that my fucking... I kneeled on both knees. My knees hurt. Because automatically, they think about violence. They think about violence when they hear revolution. This is the most powerful revolution that have ever occurred in the history of the human family. What we see here in America is going on all around the world. Justice that's going on in America. So when we wonder about revolution, look at yourself. We're sitting on the shoulder of Cesar Chavez. We're sitting on the shoulder of the giants that came before us. So look at yourself. You're the new Rosa Parks. You're the new Martin Luther King. You're the new Cesar Chavez. Oh my God. Take a knee. 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 Now. Take a knee. Take a knee. Take a knee. Take a knee. Oh man, my knees. My knees, man. XQC, I'm gonna DM you on Instagram. You've been lurking for an hour and a half and you haven't typed anything in chat. I'll talk to you about it later.
My fucking knees hurt.
Because this is a moment that we are living in. Don't believe for 1 second our things are going to get weak. We're going to be out here with you. We're going to die with you. We're going to suffer with you. We're going to sweat with you because we are involved in the movement. And this is the greatest revolution on the face of the earth. They protested in Mexico. They protested in Europe. They protested in Africa. All over the world. So when we say we are in a revolution, we are in a revolution. Now, in the spirit of movement, we're going to keep moving, right? We're going to sweat with you. But I want you to remember something. We're going to continue to live with you. Am I right?
I'm in downtown LA right now.
In the sunshine, we are casting out the darkness. We will continue to show them who we are. We will remind them that we are the people, and they are supposed to protect and serve us. And what we are doing right now is protecting and serving each other. I have seen kindness. I have seen support. I have seen help among total strangers. That
Spastic, I'm gonna DM him on Twitter. SUC, if you're still in here, open your Twitter DMs.
I really respect you though. I respect you. I respect you. I don't love you. I respect you. I respect you.
You remember, you were here. You will show them we are here because Black Lives Matter right now. We are going to stand up and rise up together, and we are going to lead this movement. So I want to see you get up right now.
Woo! You are an activist. You are an activist. You are an activist. You're an activist. Everybody's buddy to the supplies right now. Yo, stop playing. Woo! What's up, bro? 21?
You guys are allowed up here, which I think is a lot cooler.
Now, what do you think, like, made them give you that order?
I don't know, maybe the behavior of the group, the size of the group. You know, you guys are a lot more approachable than people that I had to deal with a couple days ago. You know, you're asking questions, and I appreciate that. But there's other people that are just like being offensive or doing, you know, behavior that seems like it's going to be.
So, what is y'all's job right now? What are y'all yeah, why are you up there?
Protest, right, to give you a peaceful environment to do that, and also protect everybody else's rights in the city as well.
so that
Maybe
nothing
we traveling on the
bad.
runway or something like that. So it's
Do y'all appreciate the protests?
So y'all know why we're here, why we're here.
You're fucking funny. That's bullshit. Last 2 weeks ago, you were spraying us with pepper spray. I got that shit in my eyes and it hurt.
It does hurt, man. I understand.
Yeah. So do y'all appreciate the protests?
Yes, we are here, so you guys have a right to protest. That is why we wear this uniform, man. You have rights. And protesting is part of those rights.
No.
Yes, it is.
No.
You have
I think you're here. I think you're here to fuck people up. I think that's what you're doing.
Absolutely not, man. I'm having a great conversation with her.
That's a great conversation.
Right.
You probably
I
have
just
some
know
shitty
you
ass
just wanna,
dates.
like, go out there and just
Is that what's
like,
in
hey,
it?
I wouldn't know about it, man. I've been with the same person for 17 years.
Well, God bless the other person because again, I'm sure that a good conversation. He probably goes back home. 9/11. I had a great conversation with my partner.
We're nice like you guys. And then they turn around and they're not nice. It's like maybe y'all are who y'all are based off of y'all's orders. If they're like be nice to them, you have to be nice. But if they're like don't be nice,
Nobody has told me to be nice today. Nobody has ever told me to be nice.
Nobody has
Told me to be
ever told me
angry. Nobody's ever told me to be.
or like
This is who we are. With or without this uniform.
Everybody's different, right?
I do
just like you're
believe that.
different.
I do believe that a uniform doesn't make you a
Same as
different
police
person. I don't believe that. Like, maybe this is who you are. But I can't say who you are because I haven't even known you that fucking long. But I do know the history behind the clothes that you wear. And I am against it. As maybe you
What
are.
are you against?
I'm against police brutality.
So am I.
Okay then.
Absolutely.
That's good. I didn't know that. Now I know that. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely, yeah.
That's why I'm here talking to you guys.
See, every time something like the tragic events that happened to George Floyd, that puts all of our lives in extra danger too, right? So we'll of course never be forced like that. It's gonna put every police officer in danger because you have one idiotic cop in Minnesota. Does one terrible thing and murders somebody. And that puts all of us in danger. So of course like 100%.
Are you younger or older than 21? Younger than 21? Alright, cool. Well, we can't work it out there. But this is my card. It's my badge number. Alright? If you ever get a chance, do a ride along with us. Do a ride along with me. Spend 10 hours in the car with me. Your perspective about what we do will completely change. I will guarantee you.
Kinda. My dad was APD.
Okay.
I went with ride-alongs with him too. But the reason why he quit APD was because of police brutality. He chose to do that on somebody else with 2 of his partners. I don't know if you heard about that.
Well, I
a while
can't choose
ago.
to. I respect him for that.
You respect him for the brutality?
What was that?
You respect him for the brutality or what?
No, I respect his decision for standing up that way.
Right. Now,
if I did that, how do I ensure that police brutality does not happen?
You don't just let it happen. You have to report it. You have to say something.
Of course, exactly. And I'm not willing to accept police brutality. So while I'm working, you can rest assured that if I see police brutality, I'm going to report it. If I see police brutality, I'm going to take action on it. And me personally, while I wear this uniform, I'm not going to commit to police brutality.
And what if it just gets out of, let's just hypothetically speak and say it gets out of control and nobody's listening and they continue with police brutality. Would you be ever willing to give up what you are wearing, your uniform, and quit your job?
I will ensure that they're not part of this uniform.
You see what I'm saying? I said hypothetically, if it gets out of control.
But here's the thing. If what you're talking about, right, would be anarchy. But again, it'd be completely wrong. Like, we wear body cams all the time.
Is it on 24/7? Is it on all the time?
No, because if I go to the restroom, they can't record me going to the restroom. Not
Only when you're going to the bathroom?
Only when you're interacting with people. Really happy.
I think they should keep it on 24/7.
So even when I go to the restroom, like when I have no
it's
privacy?
when you're going to the bathroom.
Is there any type of indicator that tells us that it's on or what?
We know it's on.
You know it's on. So how do we know that it's on?
I'd have to bend over and should see it's a light up there.
It should be in the front.
You know what? I agree with that.
Just so we know.
So here's the thing. We're here, right? And you're protesting. I think that in your protest, that should be an observation that you should bring up, because I agree with that. I mean, I don't have anything to hide as to when I'm recording or when I'm not.
Right.
I would love for you to know if I'm recording. I think it'll make my job easier, actually. If you knew that I was recording.
More than 2 eyes is a witness.
Exactly. I think that if everybody knew, because we tell people, normally, like if people say something like, well, how do I know you're not lying? Well, everything I'm saying is recorded right now, right?
But yeah, I think that should be changed.
Cold-blooded by Kid Cudi? Alexa, play Cold-blooded by Kid Cudi. Saber making friends and stuff. That's great.
And all rioters get to get, all protesters get to get shot because blind rioters throwing a rock. Well then what the fuck do you think that makes you? What does that say? You know, people use that same logic. Apply it to yourself.
I told him about that. I got hit by a water bottle.
Oh no, yeah, feedback. Pepper spray. What the fuck?
I didn't say nothing.
Nah, I don't want to fucking talk to them. I want to talk. I want to talk to the ones that don't want to fucking talk. They don't want to speak up. Fuck the friendly motherfuckers they send out here to manipulate us. I ain't buying it.
I just like to talk to
Y'all agree with the 100 million that is being proposed to come from our budget? How do y'all feel about that? We're all human here. Y'all can talk. Y'all got voices. Y'all got ideas. Y'all got thoughts. I think y'all got hearts. How do y'all feel about that 100 million and then reinvest it in the community? How do y'all feel?
Hey baby, how you doing?
You have to pawn your margarita machine inside.
Oh no, not the jacuzzi!
Hey, why don't you talk to me? You're gonna talk to him, but why don't you talk to me?
What are you guys doing within your force to stop this? Are you keeping your officers in check? Are you?
No, they thugs, yo.
Come on, man. You gotta speak up against them.
No.
We need you guys. We need your voices too. We need your insight.
Yeah, don't listen to me, listen to him. They actually have shit to say. I'm just fucking
Your training.
Bye, cop. Bye, cop.
We're doing your job.
Bye, cop. What's going on?
Were you on a bike that arrested my friend for no reason? Is that why you need bikes?
Why is your bike out here? Did you, where's your bike at? Show your name. I wanna know your name when I talk to you. I know, yeah.
Hi, Brad.
That's how much you're hated.
Bonnie, hi, how you doing?
You're trying, buddy. You're reaching. Hey, come on, bike cop. Come on, bike cop. Go back on your bike.
I don't know, probably people that watch the stream.
I was just sitting there. There he goes. There he goes. You got a voice. You got a heart too, though? You got a heart?
What do they do to you guys? How do they take away like all of your humanity?
They break you in there?
What do they do?
It's just shit like that. It's
I'm genuinely concerned.
You would speak up.
You cleanse racism?
Sure, but y'all ain't doing shit though.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
You ain't doing shit.
I want to hang out flyers. Can I give you a flyer?
What are you guys doing?
They watch.
So we need you to pass the message on. We need you to give these answers. We need you to paradise. Because you guys are inside. Fucking, if they can come and infiltrate our protests, well then infiltrate their fucking system, man. Fucking, you're in there. Be in there. Fucking call these motherfuckers out. Drag them out. I'm not trying to attack you as a human, man.
I get it more than most people out here.
I've seen you out here. You're doing great.
Thank you.
We appreciate you.
Thank you.
One's actually wanting to make a change in the system.
I'm just so fucking tired. I'm so fucking angry.
that Sage?
This is rosemary and lavender.
Rosemary and lavender?
But at the same time, he's filming like this. You know, so it's kind of weird that he gets a headshot and barely any people around him. I would say small, I think it was a little intentional.
So would you agree with me that there was a lot of variables there that could have taken place?
I wouldn't say a lot, but I'm trying to see your.
Let's say some. There's some, right?
Okay, I can touch base with you.
So amongst those some variables, right?
Right.
Immediately after those incidents, because they happened, unfortunately, right? We wish they didn't, but they happened. But immediately after those incidents, we had revision over revision, including changing the type of system used that day for this particular purpose, and making sure that only X amount of people who have X amount of training be able to use it, right? So that's what you're doing right now,
right.
which is why I told my friend over there that he went and left, that we're here for you to have a right to protest, because it is necessary, right? While you're protesting,
I see what you're saying.
While you're protesting, you're making change.
I would say it's a smoke and mirrors. Like we're here to protect ourselves. You're here to protect yourself, but also, you know, we want to get our voice heard without any eradication.
Absolutely. And all those things that you've done so far have yielded results.
Okay, so it sucks that it takes, you know, an innocent civilian that's not erratic to get shot in the head for you to realize that, you know, like. That's what I don't agree with, is that it was intentional to me.
Everything until that point may have been successful, right?
It shouldn't have to go that far, honestly.
Yo, Ryan AKC,
Someone just innocently filming you get shot in the forehead with a rubber bullet. You know, that doesn't make sense to me at all. You know, especially if there's other radical protesters, you know, and you pick out the one that's completely just filming you, man. So there is a little bit of intention right there, especially the fact that you're only 3 or 4 feet away.
I can't say that because I did not take the shots.
Right. And it shows thunder. But I understand, you know. I just wanted your viewpoint on that innocent civilian that got shot in the forehead and many, many more. What do you think about the guy that was on the side of the highway?
Wait, what guy?
The guy on the side of the highway. What was his name again? Hispanic?
Was it Jason? I don't know. Brad?
It was Brad Ayala.
He was
Brad Ayala.
himself up there? Yeah, Brad. Okay, so what do you think about that? What do you think about Brad?
It's from everything that I've seen. It's a tragic thing that happened.
Was that a sniper beanbag?
We don't have any.
You don't have snipers?
A sniper rifle.
Okay. Dang, those things shoot pretty far, don't they?
I don't know.
From the highway all the way up on that hill? That's pretty far. That's crazy.
Well, it wasn't from here. I think it was.
No, it wasn't right here. They were on the highway.
That I've seen, yeah, they were up on the highway. He was on the berm.
Yeah. But
so
another thing that goes back to the other innocent protester is that he was by himself, you know, in a 4 to 5 foot radius. That was intentional. That's the problem that we have with y'all, is that there are things, I know y'all can't speak on it, but deep down in your head, I know you're saying, yeah, that was probably bad, that was intentional, you know?
With that and everything else that you guys have, this is your right. You have to protest. You have to be here. You have to hold this sign. You have to be that voice of change. And I applaud you guys for doing it.
I mean, yeah, if I see a black male or black female standing here and a cop is getting aggressive towards them, I'm going to stand in front of them. I'm going to stand in front of them so they don't get hit, you know, and that's my nature based on any type of race whatsoever. And if it costs me being white to do that, then so fucking be it, you know? But, I mean, that's why I'm out here, is to make sure that, you know, my brothers and sisters are all right. Just like, kind of like y'all, but y'all are legally able to do more things, you know? But, I mean, with that being said, I appreciate you actually even talking to me. You know, I've talked to so many sergeants and so many people, you know, all these people, and not many of them are talkative, you know. I got a bunch to talk, but some aren't really straightforward. You're answering the obvious questions, which is good. You know, I don't know what your intention is, but
Well, my intention is to have a conversation with you. That's all it is. You know, if I need to stand here and get insulted by someone who just wants to say random things and, you know, derogatory things, then I'll just stand here and I'll take it. That's it. But if I have a person who approaches me like yourself right now and you want to have a coherent conversation, I'm here for you all day long. Not only today, not only right here, because just seek us out, man. Like whenever you see a police officer, pick their brain, talk to them, approach them and say, hey man, can I have a conversation with you? Like, you know, if we're busy writing a report or something, might not happen, right?
Right.
In all fairness, we have been here having conversations. We also want to go over and walk and learn.
Learn to crochet?
Yeah, we'll walk through it.
Does that end racism?
It's all. You don't want to? That's fine. I'll go back and try to learn how to.
I just wanted to fuck with you. How y'all fuck with us. That's what I want to do. And I'm done. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Evening. Get your days right. Get your hours right.
Sorry.
Evening, not day.
Sorry.
Days almost over. Come on now. You know better. What's up, man?
Yeah.
I want to talk about Hi guys.
How do you...
I like your knitting circle.
by the protest, like police is like a symbol of oppression. There's like systemic racism. So how do you like be like both like that symbol of oppression, but also like knowing that you've been like oppressed or you've been subjected to like the same amount of misunderstanding and racism or prejudice. Like, and you get it from both sides, both by being a person of color and by being
Oh, you mean like how, he was angry at me for
yes,
sitting here?
exactly. And that would be like him being prejudiced for you being a cop. But you also, I'm just making an inference that you have been like subjected to like racism living in America.
Well, at the end of the day, right, we are in America.
Yeah.
And we want to be grouped into boxes, right?
Yeah.
So, because people want to understand things, so they have to group things into boxes, right?
For sure.
So they have to say, hey, you're black.
Yeah.
When I'm American.
Yeah, exactly.
But they want to say you're black, right?
Exactly.
So at the end of the day, I'm black first. So I wear this uniform for 10, 12 hours a day. I take it off, and I'm just a black American.
Yeah.
Right? So for me, the reason why I became a cop was because of what you said. There was years I wasn't a cop.
Yeah.
So for 21 years, I wasn't a cop in my life.
Yeah.
So there were some incidents that happened in my life with the police growing up in Arkansas that I didn't like too much.
Yeah.
Right? And that police force was all white.
Yeah.
There were no black guys on the force. The couple of incidents I had, if it was a black guy, would it have ended differently? Probably. Maybe not. I don't know. Right?
Yeah.
So for me, it was like getting the numbers where we have equal representation. Right. So here we have 134 black officers in Austin.
Yeah.
Right? That's almost 14.5%. The population of Austin is about, a black population is about 4, 5 per generous.
Yeah.
Well, when I moved here it was 9, but then it went down to 4. But it's jumping up. It's minuscule, but that's irrelevant. That's what it is. It is what it is, right? So
Sorry, can you not bring that over here? I have asthma. Thank you.
So it is what it is, right? So for me, it's encouraging people to be officers. Say, ma'am. I gave Chief your phone number.
You did.
I did, and your info. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Did you send him a request? No.
What's up, Chris Breezy? What's up, Breezy? You doing all right? I'm glad to see you out here.
Out here right now?
Glad to see you out here. So that's why I joined. So that hey, good to see you guys again. So that young black guys when I go work Booker T, they see that there's black officers. It's more likely they're going to see white officers, right? And we already know how they feel towards white officers, right? Yeah. Because and how they feel is fair, right? Because like you said, the system has been oppressive for the last since policing's been around, right? What was that? 1837, I think, was the first police department.
right? So literally the whole reason that the Black Panthers became an organization because of police brutality in Oakland. In California, and so like, and then so you take that, like, which was in like the 60s, then you fast forward, so that happened, then like the federal government was like, oh, so you're fighting against the police. The federal government was like, oh, let's do the FBI with COINTELPRO to break up that and just basically destroy black leadership. And then you have black people getting beat up, like the Rodney King riot in 1992. And so like all of these things, it's just like, it's like happens over and over and over again. And like I've spoken with various officers about, like, I doubt, what is it, Officer Chauvin or whatever his name is, that killed George Floyd. I doubt he woke up in the morning.
He's not an officer.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's not even refer to him.
Right?
He disgraces a profession.
For sure. I don't know. I don't think he woke up in the morning saying, I'm going to kill someone. I don't think so. But he was so, like, he's so used of using, like, undue force. Like,
he's comfortable in his, in knowing that
he has the power of the state behind
him.
it.
Yes, he's comfortable.
He has the immunity as shit goes down.
Correct.
Like, what are your thoughts of you having immunity? Like, do you think it's necessary? Like, do you think that there is moments where you're like, oh, there's more moments than you count that, like, oh, it could have gone bad. I might have killed an unarmed person. But like,
so I think it's important, and I've never hit this side of it yet since I've been out here, because like, he still has the nerve and the balls to be critical of the people reporting it, right? That shows me this guy is an egotistical maniac, right? For you to be kneeing on somebody's neck, and after about 6.5 minutes, it was clear he's no longer with us. He still was kneeing on his neck. Just that photo, looking at it, tells me that he's like, I'm gonna do what I want, when I want, how I want it, and there's not shit you can do about it, right? Well, he was completely wrong, because look at this. Look at, we have people in Germany marching. In Germany, right? In Tokyo, right? I mean, every place is marching, right? Because they're sick of it. That oppression that you're talking about, they're all sick of it. Because it's not just about black lives, it's about people that are been oppressed by the system. Because not all white people are privileged. Let's get that straight, right? And I'm sure white folks are probably tired of hearing I'm privileged, because some of them grown up worse than I did, right? And had lives that were terrible. We're just assuming because they're white they have privilege, and that's far from the truth, right?
I would disagree.
Well,
no.
This is what
I'm one of those people that you talk about. I was raised in the system. I was a foster child.
Well, this is what I say. I make the argument that it is correct. It is correct that, like, the conservative, I have conservative friends, they're like, white privilege is a lie. I'm like, that is why we're protesting. Black lives matters just as much as white lives. So it is a lie. But the system,
other lives don't matter.
Exactly. The system that is promoted, the system that was in place from like Jim Crow and beyond, it tries to propagate a lie that says white lives matter more than black lives. Like the murder of civil rights leaders in public spaces, that was trying to propagate the lie that no matter how exceptional of a human being you are, you don't matter because of the color of your skin. It doesn't matter about the content of the character because we'll assassinate MLK too. And that's what people are tired of hearing, and that's to me what I think white privilege is, because it's a system that propagates a lie. Because the redlining, where if you have a higher shade of melanin, can't get in a decent housing, right? Like that is a lie. Like that doesn't make, just because I'm a darker person, a darker human, that doesn't make me less valuable than her, which is a lighter shade of human. But the system and what is on the news, like, you know, they're part of the problem too. Like whenever there's a black perpetrator, his face is on the news saying, "Oh, this is the guy. This is a black guy robbed, a black guy killed."
Single parent.
Yeah.
Right.
And
see it all the time.
And then like if it's a white victim, it was like a man, and they don't bother showing his face.
Oh, I already got one.
And it's to promote the lie that like black people are more criminal, black people are threatening, black people are this, and that's to me when people tell me, "Oh, what are you saying? I have privilege." I was like, well, let me break it down to you. You're mad because you believe white privilege is a lie. We're mad because white privilege is a lie. We're worth all the same. All lives matter, but the system that we live under is propagating the lie that one life is expendable, and that's black lives, because we see it all the time. We see it on the news. We see it from our history books. Even when they dropped World War I bombs on Tulsa, Oklahoma, just because they were getting rich and have political voices, it's not even in the history book. I didn't learn it till after I was in high school.
They don't want you to learn.
Exactly. So when people, white people, don't understand why are you so mad? It happened a long time ago. Because it keeps on happening, no one hears about it. And that's the one thing I'm excited about this historical civil rights movement, is that we've been yelling this the whole entire time, and now people are listening. And so
I don't disagree with anyone.
Yeah.
Didn't make it click, and I was like, oh, that's a simple way of saying it. Just saying that you white privilege doesn't mean your life hasn't been hard.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Saying that you white privilege doesn't mean your life hasn't been hard. Because my life has been hard. But it means that because of the shade of my skin, I've been raised show that I'm hard. And that was the easiest way I could explain to my mom, and it clicked with her that way.
And I don't disagree with what you're saying, right? But what I've been telling this young lady for the last 3 days is everybody's voice is extremely important, and everybody's voice is imperative that you listen to what they're telling you, because your reality is your reality, right? And I'll explain it like this. I work Lakeside, right over here at 85 Trinity. It's a low-income housing, right? But it's more for the mentally ill people that's over there. And it's a big building right on Lake Austin. It's beautiful, right? It'd be stupid rent if it wasn't low-income housing, right? So the people that are on the bottom, they see a specific thing, right? People that are on the 10th floor, they get to see a little bit more. People that are on the top, they get to see all of Austin, and they get to see a clearer vision, right? So everybody's perception is changed to whether you're on the 1st floor, the 10th floor, or the highest floor possible. So you have to understand that their opinion of saying, hey, I personally don't believe I have that, that's important, right? Because he's being honest with you, right? And somebody that's being honest with you, you should appreciate that, right? So I've told her multiple times, the Trump guys, the Biden guys, I don't care.
Is my response for saying that your opinion does matter until it affects something else, and then it doesn't actually.
For me, it's from, I love listening to everybody because it makes me go, oh, that's a side I didn't think about. Exactly. I don't have to agree with you. I can still think you have white privilege, but I go, well, he doesn't think like that. Right? And here's why, right? If you can back it up, I would say, okay, I'm not here to say you're right or wrong, because that's not what it's about. It's about learning, right? Like it's about the guy that just was yelling at me, right? It's about saying, hey, well, let's talk about it, right?
Yeah,
what are you so upset about? And clearly there's a lot of shit to be upset about, right? So for me, it's understanding, and then saying, hey, here's what I can do on my side, right? I can make sure that all the officers that work for me are held accountable. I can make sure that we have diversity talk, right? Because I'm a sergeant with the police department, and I can make changes within my area, right? But there's 2,000 officers here, right? There's 2,000 officers, and I'm only responsible for 6.
There's 2,000 officers and like 100 and something or black.
134, right? There's 1,954,
okay,
right? So 134 of us are black. That's not bad, right? That's not terrible. It's pretty decent, right? But it's making sure that those guys are promoting, right? That they have a little bit higher voice, right? Because there's things as an officer that you can do, but then you become a corporal or detective. Yeah. You have a little bit more rank. You become a sergeant.
You have a little bit more.
You have a little bit more influence, right? Because the young guys look at me and they're like, hey, Sarge, right? So I have a little bit more influence. Now when you're a lieutenant, right, you have more influence. Now when you're a commander, now you're the boss, right? And then when you're the assistant chief, you're the boss, right? So it's making sure that not just blacks, but browns, women, everybody is promoting that wants to, right? The good people that want to also say, hey, we're going to hold you accountable as well, right? Because officers are human. There's our general orders is like 1,100 pages.
Yeah.
It's 1,100 pages of information that you have to know,
yeah,
right? That is a lot of stuff, right? We study for the exams and still miss questions that they ask us because it's so much stuff to know, right? So it's important to understand that most of the officers' intentions are pure, right? But this job can beat you down pretty well. Like if you're not, I'll say this, if you're not used to confrontation, what's up, dog? If you're not used to confrontation, like how me and you probably grew up, and you're just used to like, yo, hey, how you guys doing, right? When you go into the east side and they're gonna let you have it, like he is gonna let them have it every single time. Now they're like, oh my God, it's a threat, right? He's not a threat, he's angry, right? And he's not gonna do anything, but he's angry, right? But a person who's not normally around that may be like, oh man, he's a threat, right? Because you know he's just angry, right? But another guy who's not used to black guys may be like, oh my gosh, he's a threat, right? But how do you teach it? Make everybody grow up around black people? Austin has 7%, 8%, right? So how do you fix that problem? And a lot of the issues that we're talking about, it's more than just police issues, right? It's people issues, it's systemic issues, right? It's making sure that guys over at BTW get the same education that the guys in Terrytown do. BTW is okay, you guys know it's a low-income housing over there, right? So the same education. If those guys are getting the same education over there, don't you think that would change a little bit of things? Because education opens up your mind.
So this is what I say. This is what I think is the most important, the crucial thing that is happening that promotes long-lasting change that is happening in this movement. It's this. It's the conversation. It's the listening and oh, okay, I see your point. This is what I think too. Because that is like, it's a human being problem. Like what you said, like people should automatically live in their own echo chambers. And that's why I don't like cancel culture. And that's why I'm talking to you. It's because that I'm not gonna be like, fuck all the police. Like, yeah, I think the police system as an arm of the state in a white supremacist system is problematic. Yes, I do agree with that. But I also believe that it's comprised by people who are like, not all the people want to do like bad. They have honest intentions. And some people just like, fuck, it's a job. I gotta do my job. But also, like, I think that like what is good is to actively like, this is a personal choice. This is to solve that human problem, is to actively seek people have different experiences than you and have either that conversation or have that like live experience or meet on some kind of common ground. And like, I've never been a cop before. all my interactions with cops have been like, you know, I'll be like speeding or something, and then there's like, it's a negative interaction. Or there's one time where I actually got dragged out of this club because a cop thought I was like somebody who I wasn't, and like proceeded to like choke me. And I'm like, I just kind of went limp. And then I got angry. I was like, I'm not the person you thought I was. Like, what the, he's like, shut up, shut up, shut up. You know, I'm like, I'm not screaming either. He's like, don't talk back to me. I'm like, I don't think, you know, I don't think that we should be afraid of you guys. I think the mandate should still be protecting and serving. It's supposed to be protecting the most vulnerable instead of like preying on them. And that's the anger that has risen up, because I feel, and I don't know if it's true or what's your experience as being on that side, but I feel that like cops are less likely to even arrest or file charges on people, you know, who are in better neighborhoods or people with a lighter shade of melanin, because they might have friends, family, whatever, distant relatives that are like involved in the politics. So it's like, oh, we're not going to touch this, but we're going to touch the people that we kind of know that don't have a voice, that we can actually push some boundaries, and they don't know their rights. So we can walk into their house without, you know, saying them it's okay. You'll be like, police, come in, and then, you know, and that's not okay. But I feel like it's part of the system that's like the marginalized, the people that other people like, okay, well, they're not going to press charges if something did go down, because they're uninformed, or they don't have the resources to combat a system. And so, and that's the frustration I feel, because when the cop that got to me, like, was chunking me, they're like, oh, you're gonna press charges? I even talked to the judge, like, you have the right to press, you know, charges, but, you know, it's gonna take like, you know, 6 months before you appear again, and so like, it's up to you. And I'm like, well, I don't have the money or the time to deal with this. But that's what the cop that did that kind of betted on. And so I believe that it's part of that system, and I don't know what to do about it, but I know I'm frustrated, and I know I want to listen to other perspectives, because that's how I grow. That's how I can be like, hey, I talked to Officer Smith, and I got enlightened somewhere. You know, like, I don't agree with the policy. I don't agree with the death of Mike Roberts. I don't agree with George Floyd's death. I don't agree with, because if he didn't die, if Floyd didn't die, and if no one was recording, if he was just on his neck, and then he's like, okay, well, fuck it, come here, that wouldn't have been in the news. It would just be another day where, you know, he could do it 5 more times, and no one's gonna say shit, because he has the power of the state behind him. And that's dangerous. Like, what do you feel?
So here's what I'll say to that, right? So nobody hates a bad officer more than a good officer, right? So he's been there 19 years, and he's had 18, 19 complaints. I've been here 14 years, I have 0 complaints, right? So that's my first early warning sign, right? That there's something wrong with this guy, right? Because citizens don't like us sometimes. That's okay, they're gonna complain, right? So 3-4 complaints, 10 years maybe, you know, that's not terrible. But 18 and 19 years, 1 a year, that's pretty high. That tells me that there's some issues there that needs to be addressed, right? Whether that's with the supervisor or who knows, right? But just on the other side, looking at somebody's file and saying he has 18 complaints, that goes, wow, that's a lot. He's still here, right? That's an issue, right? So that's first warning sign right there, right? The second one is just his total disrespect to the entire system. Meaning, he's sitting there with his knee on his neck, and he doesn't give 2 shits who's watching. That means he's comfortable doing that. That means that's not his first time doing that. It means he doesn't give a shit what you think doing it, right? And that's a problem, right? There's no fear. We should have a fear if we commit a crime that we should go to jail, right? Because it's reasonable for you to think, if we're committing a crime, to
just like you, we should go to jail, right? Now, the immunity part that you're talking about is sometimes mistakes can happen, right? Like with you, they could have said, hey, there's a black male, bald, red shirt with flip-flops on, and he just punched the girl with the dress with the mask on her face, right? People will do that. You just saw it in Central Park, right? She will call and say, hey, there's a black guy threatening me. It happens. I know that's the other side, the ugly side, but that happens all of the time, right? They're in the wrong neighborhood. There's a black guy walking in here, he's threatening, boom, hang up. So, right, so officers will read the call and go, black male walking in the neighborhood, clear the call and just get out of it, because that's not a crime, right? But you would not believe how many calls, especially as a supervisor, that I'll read is like black male, Hispanic male walking in the neighborhood, doesn't live here. For me, that's not a crime. So I will clear the call myself, not a crime. And just because we're not gonna go over there, because you know what's gonna happen? That black male's gonna go, why are you bothering me? Right? Because they don't care that Samantha 4 that streets down called on him. He doesn't care about that. He doesn't even, it's irrelevant to him, right? That's his perspective. My perspective is a person just called and said there's a black man walking in the neighborhood, right? So now they're getting slick. They're like, was peeping through windows, right? That's a new one, because they know we're not going to do anything if you just say, hey, black man walking in the neighborhood. Irrelevant, right? Well, he looked in a car.
He's like canvassing.
Right? So now that's a potential crime. Now I have to go there, right? You know you're not doing anything wrong. I don't know that, because the caller, I have to assume is a good person, right? Just told me you were looking in a car. So when I come up to you and say, hey, man, somebody called and said you're looking in a car. And you're like, man, screw you, I'm not looking in a car, I'm walking to school. And then, because you're not gonna be nice about it, because nobody just wants to talk to me just to talk to me, right? So you're gonna be upset. I understand that. So now an officer, right, should go to the situation and say, hey, I know you're probably not doing anything. But somebody called in and said that you were casing vehicles, right? I know you're not doing it, but since I'm talking to you, my policy says I have to identify you. You don't have to, but if you don't identify yourself, because if you want to complain on me, I have to get you identified. If you don't want to, that's fine, right? They can explain it, because people can take a lot when they explain things, right? We can handle a lot. We can take breakups if you explain why you're breaking up with me, right? But if you just say, I'm leaving you. Well, why? What did I do? Right? If you just explain it like that, a lot of people go, oh, okay, makes sense, right? A lot of people, they're still not going to work. They're going to be like, no, this system, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, they probably were racist calling on you. But that's the reality on our end a lot of the time, right? We just don't want to just stop you and go, just to stop you, right? Because that's not fun, right? Just to, oh yeah, there's a guy, like if it's 3 a.m. and I see you duck behind the bushes, that's a whole nother thing. But you just walking? But people call all the time, and that's the side that you guys don't understand. All you know is a cop's harassing you, and he is, because a citizen called on you, right? Very rarely is a cop just gonna, let's just name an incident, right? New York incident. Somebody called because he was selling, what do they call them? The little cigarette things, right? Somebody called on him, right? George Floyd. Somebody called on him because he was passing a fake bill, right? The guy in Louisiana, he was selling CDs. Somebody called on him, said he had a gun, right? Let's keep going. We can keep going. Every
the guy in Ohio that was just checking out the BB gun.
The BB gun.
And he got shot because he had a gun in his store.
So somebody called and said he's playing with guns, right? It's cops aren't just going, let's go kill me a black person today, right? Somebody's calling, and then the cops are like, why are you harassing? Or the guy's like, why are you harassing me? Fair question. Right? So the officer, all he has is not with the one in Louisiana, because he said he had a gun on him, right? That changes things, right? That just changes things. But if that was me, I'd be like, look, I know you ain't doing nothing wrong, but somebody called on you, so therefore I have to do my job and just say that, hey, I talked to you. You're not supposed to be selling CDs, right? That's piracy. I don't care about it. I know you're trying to make money, but you can't sell it here, right? That's how you handle that situation, right? But when you come there and be like, oh, you're selling CDs, you're under arrest, right? Nobody likes that. What's up, man?
Do you feel like, because you're great, and we were talking to a policeman the other night, and we were saying, like, yeah, you're great, it'd be fine if you came to the situation, but we probably won't have you next time. Or like, if an altercation were to happen, we'd have somebody else probably. Do you feel like there's a standard across the board, or do you feel like a lot of people don't meet your like the standard you're at. Do you know what I'm trying to ask?
Well, yes. Well, I've been here.
I asked that really poorly.
No.
but do you know
I
what I'm
completely
trying to
understand what you're saying. I've been here 14 years, so I didn't always think like this. Right. When I was on patrol for 6 years, I didn't think like that. Right. Because when you're going call to call to call, and citizens are yelling at you and screaming at you and MFing you and telling you how terrible you are, you don't feel very good. Right. But as you get older and you progress and you understand this oppression that he's talking about, you change a little bit. Right. So as I educate myself and I go through education and I went to school, got my master's degree, I go, oh. Right? I could see the other side, because when you're on this side, you only see one thing. Because all I hear is citizens cussing at me, yelling at me, telling me how terrible I am. Like, that's the reality of it when you're on patrol, right? So a lot of officers can get, that's part of the job, right? But there's some people that can handle it, right? Because I'm used to that growing up, right? But some guys that grew up in Terrytown aren't, right? It hurts their feeling.
Do you think they should be allowed to do that same job that you're doing?
Well,
I think kind of what I'm asking.
Well, you have to understand, we have 1,900 something officers, and we're still 300 officers short.
Okay.
Right? We are completely short-handed, right? And we still are going call to call to call. So many times I would like, after a call is done and finished, to sit and turn off the camera and just talk like this.
Right.
But there's 18 calls holding, right? A female just got strangled, and she's waiting for me to show up. So I have to be, hey bro, don't do that again next time, and I'm out, right? So then I go handle that call. And then once she cusses me out because she's mad at me for coming there because she secretly called, and now he knows that she called, and now she's mad at me, right? So I have to handle that call, and then I gotta go to the next call because the guy's breaking into a house. So you're constantly going call to call to call, and we can't have these conversations because we're 300 officers short, right? And so officers are just like trying to go because everything's about how long did it take to get there? Like how long did a call wait, right? And that's our reality. So instead of having these conversations where, okay, don't do it again, gone. Don't do it again, gone.
Another follow-up to that, I'm not trying to start a fight with you or anything, it's just genuine questions, is so the defund the police is the hot, big topic right now, and I've learned a lot from all of that. And, you know, when I say that, it's because I've talked to a lot of officers that feel like they wear too many hats, right? Do you feel like you could take those 300 spots you still need to fill and fill it with people that could do some of the things better? Because you didn't sign up to be a counselor or a mental health expert or a social worker, you signed up to serve and protect, right? And I feel like a lot of calls you get are a job that you essentially didn't sign up for.
Well, so what happens is there's a lot of issues that society has that nobody wants to deal with.
Right.
So they just say the police deal with it, right? So from CPS having to remove kids out of the house, they call the cops. When a kid doesn't want to get out of his bed and go to school, mom calls me to come talk to kid. Right? These are calls I'm literally telling you that I've taken.
And that's what a lot of other police would do.
Right?
Same example.
So it's like I get called for a squirrel in the bathroom. They can't get the squirrel out of the bathroom, so they call me.
Is there a way to is there a system where you can defer to certain different areas or departments?
But you gotta understand, people have to do these jobs, right? When you're talking about like homeless and cleanup camps, who's gonna want to go and clean up those camps? Right? People aren't just signing up for $15 an hour to go clean out a homeless camp.
Right.
If you've been back there, they have booby traps set. They have hooks, so you get hooked in the eye. They have.
I mean, I worked with homeless people for.
So you understand that really nobody. That's just not a job that most people sign up for. It takes a specific person. Same with mentally ill, right? Because a mentally ill person can be fine right now, and in 5 minutes they snap. Right. I've gone to mentally ill calls and he's fine, and then all of a sudden, I don't know what happens, right? They think they're God, they think they're the devil, they change. So for me, it's like, how are you gonna send a social worker into a house with a mentally ill person who can, in 5 seconds, snap and kill them,
Right.
unarmed, right? So if they want to take mentally ill calls away, that would be great. But they keep giving us more power. We have power that doctors don't even have. We can emergency detain people that are a danger to themselves or others, right? Doctors go ask us questions. Like Kaepernick said, we have 6 months of training, right? And that's it, right? And you're the doctor with how many years of training? And you're asking me? I don't know. What do you think, Doc? Right? But that's just the society that we're in. I'm not condemning it. I'm just saying this is the reality that we have. So if we're going to train people to deal with mentally ill people, who's going to want to go into their house and talk to them with no kind of weapon? Who's going to sign up for that job?
I mean, probably a lot of people.
I just say I can
You think?
Because I'm.
Yeah, my needs too.
But I mean, it is an assumption, and it's not, again, it's your perspective versus someone else's perspective. But from hearing you speak, it makes it sound like you're kind of on the side that we're on, right? That the police kind of do have a power bestowed upon them almost silently. That's a little bit too much power, right? So to say that someone won't go to a mental illness call because they don't have a weapon, so that's why y'all have to go. That doesn't make much sense, right?
Well, we have empires, right? I mean, we have professionals, sure. I mean, we have the mental health place right here, right? And they have armed security there, right here, right on Rainy Street.
But you're saying like for the argument of people under police abolition, redistribution of resources, things like that, right? Like I just want to understand you, right? It's like you're saying that a mental health professional in the case. It's just a stick.
Oh, that's the guy that he wants police stickers. Comes he asks for police stickers. Okay.
I guess it's like saying you said no one wants to do that job, but then you're saying we have people that will do that job.
But they don't go into your house, right? It's one thing.
Are they allowed to go into? I'm asking. Are they allowed to go into your house?
Well, they go to them. Like if you're mentally ill, having a.
All right. So our argument is to be able to provide those services to like a house call, right? That seems to be what you would like to have. Well, you don't want to answer those calls.
Well, no. If somebody wants to take those calls, take them. Right? If you think you can handle it better, take those calls.
So I
don't disagree. I think
in the fact that we rely on the police for that, I agree that's also probably not the best case, right? Like,
it trains you.
And also, I think that
you don't have to respond to services that you don't want to respond to, like mental health cases.
Well, if you call, we have to respond, right? Like we can't just go, I'm not responding to that call because that's.
I guess my question is, do you think that citizens call on y'all because that is the perceived notion that we should call on y'all because we don't have a resource to call upon that's better right now? That's the defunding argument, right? We defund the police. There are funds.
No, I completely. I just told the guys in there. They want to remove us having to respond to homeless calls. Sure. Why? That's not a bad thing. We don't have to go out there with home or their cleanups, right? That would be great, right? Then we can spend more time doing this.
Right. So it seems like you're on our side, though. Like
I don't.
Would that not be a defunding of the police or a reallocation of resources?
Yeah,
I'm sure. Which has to do with money. Let's be honest. Everything works around money. You don't have money. People don't want to go do those jobs for $15 an hour, right?
You're right.
More money. Maybe people will go do those jobs.
Maybe.
People got a price.
Right.
Just like cops have a price.
You have 300 jobs to fill, right? But
sorry, I didn't hear you say.
Oh, sorry. You have those 300 jobs to fill, but I feel like those wouldn't need to be filled if these other things were filled instead. Like if these other holes and parts of the job were filled.
No, I agree.
I'm not trying to start a fight.
I don't disagree with you. If you want to reallocate money to fund whatever you guys want to call it, whatever term of the day it is, right? I don't disagree because cops handle everything, literally from snake calls to squirrel calls to mom and dad fighting to the mentally ill to I
call it jobs to the tree call on my pipe.
Yeah,
that's not your job.
I mean, and we will respond, right? Because that's our job. You call 911, we come.
And like that case last year in Dallas, that Tim guy, he was schizophrenic. He called the cops on himself, saying, "Hey, I'm schizophrenic. I need help." So the cops came. Very similar situation to George Floyd. They stepped on him, like choked him. He said, "I can't breathe. You're gonna kill me. You're gonna kill me." For like 10 to 13 minutes on him. He lost consciousness. They thought he was asleep. They were making jokes about it. Like, yeah, oh, wake up! It's time for breakfast. Haha. But he was dead. Yeah, yeah. And like, and I feel like that allocation of resources, if he called somebody else, he would have been alive.
So who's gonna? That's another thing. Like they stopped working at like 10 or midnight. So I think that was like 3, 4 in the morning, right? So like, who's going to work at that? If they want to start, there's nobody. Excuse me. There's nobody more nervous right now than mental health workers, because they're just like, you want us to do what, right? Because we have mental health that work with us, right? But they don't want to do what we do because it's dangerous, right? So we work with MCOT. We do. They're great. They are awesome people. A lot of times they'll say, "We're good. You can leave," right? But a lot of times they're like, "No, we want you to stay here." That's the thing. Like, it's if we're going to ask for things, we have to say, well, what are we going to replace it with? So now we have to train. We have to pay people. Pay them, right? You can't. The government shouldn't be paying them more money not to work than another place, right? So you have to pay them $20, $25, $30 an hour, whatever it costs, and know, hey, you're going to be working 10-hour shifts, 12-hour shifts, whatever it is. But your job is to respond to 911 mentally ill calls.
And that's the hope of reallocating money. That's the hope.
That's also the argument. That's the hope of when I say abolish, right? Other people might have different ways of describing it. We abolish the police, but to me, I guess my question to you would be, why do you feel the police are necessary? Because it feels like you're sharing a lot of the sentiments we're sharing, right?
Well, I feel it's necessary.
Well, it's also to say the system we have in place doesn't provide the people that we would like to go see answer those calls with the resources, right? You agree with that. They need to be paid more. They need to understand the risk, right? They need to be maybe trained to self-defend if that's the case that it's dangerous, right? And so I think the point we're all making, at least the point I'm making when I say abolish that, is that does need to be a new system. What we have currently in place of the police system that is in place with systemic injustice, racism, things like that, answering all these calls, isn't doing the job. And y'all don't even want to do that job because clearly the system in place isn't working. So that's our sentiment. So I guess my question to you would be, what do you think the role, being a police officer for 14 years, you've seen things change, right? What do you think the future of the police is, if there is a future, when what you're saying is what we're saying, you know, when we're on the opposite side? Or at least I am.
No, I don't disagree. I honestly think it would be good, because if you take responsibility off and you pay people what they should be paying to deal with those problems, to deal with the homeless cleanup, to deal with the mentally ill, fine, right?
There are people
that will do it, right? So So the thing that police would be strictly criminal, right? Like criminal issues. So the active shooter, the guy with the knife at UT stabbing people, right? But there's a lot more crime that goes on than you could be possibly aware of, right? So if you did 10 hours in a police car, you'd be amazed at how much crime goes on, right? And it's Austin, so you probably are not going to hear about it because we have to keep that safe image, right? When I first moved here in 2004, the motto here was Austin, the biggest safe city in the United States. You guys remember that? Were you here then? Were you in here in 04? That was the motto here. It was the biggest safe city in the U.S. They stopped that about 2012 or so, when it was no longer the biggest safe city, whatever the hell that means, right? So they stopped that, right? Because people like a level of security, right? You like to go home and know that nobody's gonna break into your house, right? That's just a level of security that you think you should have, right? That's what all of us should have. When you start to allow lawlessness and just completely just allowing people to do whatever they want to do, like in LA today, did you see that? They were breaking into the building and the cops are standing right there and they're just going in there and stealing all the liquor out and they're just standing there. When you allow lawlessness like that, it's gonna be hard to then come back and say, because this is what's gonna happen, the community's gonna say, you guys are too lenient. You're just letting them do it, right? Because before we're too forceful, and now we're too lenient, right? Which one is it? Like, do you want us to go make sure that they don't break into the building, or do you want us to just stand here, right? Like which one? It can't be both, right? It has to be one or the other. So if you want us to just, and this is what somebody told me yesterday, just sit at the police station here. When they call for a crime, go respond, then just go back to the police station. Okay, that's what you want, that's what I'll do, right? But what about me driving around and looking for the DWI driver that's gonna kill somebody, right? You don't want me to do that, right? You don't want me to pull over DWI guys, right? Like, that kill people every single day? You don't want to do that? Okay. Well, what about the burglars that are gonna break into the houses at night? You don't want me driving around neighborhoods looking for that? That's fine.
I have a question. So, like, I want to get your perspective as being law enforcement. Do you think that we, not seeing your side of things, think it's naive of us to say another department, let's say if we defund the police, create this, like, you know, mental health, homeless, whatever department, so a social worker brigade that have the training just in case things went down, right? Because that's a thing you have to train for as well.
I guess guns, are you talking about?
I don't know, something, whatever, non-lethal, whatever. So like they go and, like, I know just by being in the profession where everyone hates you, that you counter a level of violence, a level of, you know, stress or risk every day. Like, it changes your perception on human beings. So that's why you get a lot of, you said call after call after call after call. So if you have one day you have like 17 violent calls, and then like the last call is not very violent, but you act the same way just because you have that conditioning that day. Just imagine like 14 years. Like, do you think that that same level of react first, ask questions later, is that, you think that will still be a problem with another force that handles non-criminal cases? Do you think we're naive to say that, yeah, that's what fix the problem? Or do you think, well, if you see this every day, you're going to change like that too?
Well, it'd be ignorant for me to say that the greatest teacher is experience, right? So, when I was 21, it was like 80 years away from me, right? As I get older, I realize death is a lot closer. And as I'm a police officer, I see death regularly, right? So death to me isn't what it is to my wife. Like, people live and then they die. That's my reality, because I've seen dead bodies, multiple, right? So it's just, death is part of life. Where to you, death may not be, death is like something that happens when you're old, right? So my perception of things does change because I see it more than you do, right? Like, if you were a banker, you deal with money way more than I deal with. So you see what
a seen amount of money is nothing to
exactly, right? People, that's just, you know, and I see $100,000, I'm like, oh my gosh, you're rich. They're like, well, I see 28 million, that's nothing, right? So it's just your perception becomes your reality. So officers, unfortunately, they deal with bad guy usually after bad guy after bad guy after bad guy. So in their head, the next guy is a bad guy, right? So it's not true, right? Because 95% of people love us. It's the 5% that hate us, right? You'd be surprised how many times I sit down and somebody randomly pays for my meal that I don't even know who they are, right? They're like, oh, somebody paid for. I go to check out. They're like, oh, table 8 paid for your meal. Really? Like, I didn't even see table 8, right? Like, who were they? They're like, oh, they didn't want you to know. All the time that happens. So, where I'm telling you that people support the police, there's no. Monday night, we went to Fridays, right down on South Park Meadows. The manager came out and said, you guys' meals been paid for. Right? It was 6 of us. That's probably $90, $100, right? That somebody just paid for. Whatever it was, you paid for, right? So people support the police because they understand that job is tough.
I mean, that's
right?
anecdotal. Is it not?
It is.
To you, and that's your experience. Like you said, that's your experience, right? But it's anecdotal. So to say that people support the police because maybe you see you doing your job right, and like maybe I see you doing your job right. But you admitted it earlier, it's a systemic problem.
Well, no doubt. The whole system is systemic.
Right.
From the education system, from hospitalizations to
how can you sit and support the policing system that is in place when you admit yourself it's a problem from the root?
Well, I'm telling you, there needs to be change. But this is the system that I have. So I want it to succeed. I don't want it to fail.
But you're supporting the system, are you not? By being a part of it. Is that true or not true?
Well, I'm supporting the system. Right. Because I'm here. If that's what you're saying. Somebody called me a pawn yesterday.
No, I mean like here as in a part of the police, not here specifically. Like,
yes, part of
you're
the
supporting the policing system as it currently is by being a police officer.
Yes, that's my job.
What do you mean it's your job? You chose this role.
Correct.
So you can say that there's a systemic problem, injustice, but be a part of that problem.
Yes.
Okay.
100%. Okay. Right? Because you can know that a school like in Timbuktu, Arkansas, right? You can go there and know that there's bad teachers there, right? And there's issues there. And you can go there and you can go, hey, I'm going to try to be one of the good teachers, right? You know there's issues, right? I can't sit there and say teachers know that there's issues in education. Are they going to stop teaching? Are they just going to stop being teachers because there's issues, systemic racism issues in education? Because Westlake kids don't get the same or get a better education than LBJ kids, so they just stop teaching? That makes no sense, right? You just. I don't want to be a teacher because there's racism in the profession. Like what?
Teaching doesn't kill people. You make that. There is not an equality of power between teaching and police.
Well, I'm not talking about killing. So now you're talking about killing. First you just said systemic.
Power.
So you were just talking about systemic issues. So now you're talking about killing. So okay, I'm glad you. But I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that. So let's talk facts because I don't really like talking facts with people, especially when they're emotional. But let's talk facts, right? So last year, about 3 people that were killed a day by police. 3 a day, right? There's in the country, not here. In the country, there was about, just call it 1,050. It was about 1,050. Out of all of those people, about 200 were black, right? Out of those, 9 black guys in the entire country were killed by white officers last year, and they didn't have a gun. Unarmed black guys, 9. You know how many calls a year officers take? How many calls a year do you think that the police officer, you take over 1 million. Okay. New York has 40,000 police officers, right? How many do you think they take? Let's just talk the 10 biggest police stations in the United States, right? We're talking 50 million calls.
Sure.
9 unarmed black guys were killed last year. And every single one of them made the news, right? Because it's a big deal, right? There was 23 white guys unarmed killed last year. Not one made the news, right? You see what I'm saying? So there's a specific agenda. No. I'm telling you facts because I know. But
you're making it sound like I'm only talking about systemic racism. I'm talking about systemic injustice.
No, and I was, but then you talked about killing. And you're like,
that's
well,
you're injustice.
You're right, but I was just giving you an example about teachers.
You're talking
and
about
then
race,
you went, well,
in the
killing.
killing.
I'm talking about systemic racism, like he was talking about, like you were talking about. You told me, well, how are you here in a systemic, in a system that oppresses people of color, right? And I was saying, well, so does education, right? Because let's look at black folks.
I agree that that's a problem.
So why did you bring up killing? You just went to killing because you automatically went to killing.
Fine.
We're talking systemic,
right?
Injustice in healthcare, right? Why don't we have the same healthcare that you have? Let's talk about that. Why don't we have the same education that you have?
It's privatized. What are you talking about?
No, now it's privatized.
What do you mean now it's privatized? Like
no,
healthcare.
See, so but all we're talking about is systemic racism and systemic injustice. That's all we're talking about. And you brought it to killing, and I wasn't trying to go to killing. We're simply talking injustice.
With a broad brushstroke to say
so we're officers. We're all racist. So we're officers. We're all racist.
That's not what I'm saying. No, that's not what I'm saying.
We're simply saying
by any means.
Injustice is done at the police force. It's done in education. It's done in healthcare.
I agree. I totally agree with you. Right.
So there's systemic racism in all of them. And I 100% agree. So we're saying the same thing. So we're not disagreeing, right?
Right.
All right then.
But you.
Like I'm glad we came to an agreement.
We're agreeing.
No, like I think like.
You understand?
No, I get what you're saying, right? And we're not in a disagreement of point that there's a systemic problem.
There's no denying
an end of life, and then among other professions, sure, right? And I guess you make a point that like teachers don't stop teaching if because there's a systemic teaching problem,
or because
right?
their coworker molested a 13-year-old, they just don't go, well, I'm done teaching.
No. But if the coworker say molested a 13-year-old in that school, right? And the justice was not brought to that school and that teacher, and I still work for that school, yes, I would agree that I'd be supporting that problem. And I'd probably quit my job. And I'm not saying go quit your job. But you're making it sound like, oh, well, if one teacher rapes a kid in the school, right, or molests a kid in the school, or some injustice happens that we can all agree is not good, right, and that school doesn't take the necessary action to not only make sure that doesn't happen again, but that person, justice is served to that person, and the person
what is justice then?
And I still teach
justice?
at that school.
What is justice? Is justice bringing charges? Is justice getting convictions? What is justice in your opinion?
For that person, for a teacher, or in a cop?
No, just in general. What is justice?
Justice upheld
is it a
by
charge?
By written law, right? Yeah, so a charge in a criminal case.
A charge or a conviction?
Well, a conviction. A conviction.
So somebody being charged isn't good enough. It's a conviction. So we all know that
if there's evidence to convict them, sure, right?
Was there evidence with the Casey Anthony? Was there evidence in that case? Was there evidence in the Casey Anthony case to convict?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I remember. I know Casey Anthony. She wasn't convicted, right? What about
OJ? Right? Was there evidence?
Right. So people will agree that it's.
So getting a conviction is a crapshoot basically, because it's 12 random people and they're hearing evidence, right? So we can agree that sometimes people that should get convicted.
We feel guilty,
don't, right? So is it charges or is it
hold that person?
Okay, so that's what I'm asking is
the proper steps.
The proper steps.
Charges in a fair trial. Okay. The steps that are in place.
So would you say taking it to grand jury is fair? Justice? Like, what is justice? That's what I'm asking you. Because everybody's opinion would be different of what justice is, right? Because some people have told me justice would be him dead. Some people have told me justice would just that they got charged. Justice would be that he loses his job. Everybody's opinion of justice is different, right? So you can't assume what you think is justice is, because if somebody kills your daughter, your son, right? I don't know if you have one or not. It's subjective.
Definition of justice.
Okay. So we can agree. That's why I asked you, what's your definition?
But there is a standard of justice, is there not? Of that the law set in place. The proper steps of the law set in place.
Which is a charge.
A charge then, sure.
Like, so he was charged.
Charged in a trial.
Charged, and I mean, not necessarily a trial, because he could plea, they could drop the case, they could find new evidence, they can raise the case, like from a 3rd degree to a 2nd degree, like they just did.
But that's going to trial.
Well, they haven't gone to trial yet.
Eventually, is it not?
Well, he may plea out, right? 97% of cases plea out. So
But it was clearly an injustice. Like that is what makes me mad. Where I'm like,
so justice to you would be a charge. See, so
being held accountable.
The judicial system also
systemic problem. So there we go, right? The justice system has an issue.
The justice system,
right? So we all can agree. Corrections, right? 1 out of 9 black males.
Prison industrial complex.
There we go. We're saying the same thing.
But I don't agree with the justice system, right? Sounds like there's a lot of problems you would agree with on the justice system.
There's like a humanity problem.
But the thing is, we agree on that, and I'm not going to be a part of the justice system. I'm not applying to be a cop, because I agree with a lot of the things on the back end, on the systemic problems. That's my question to you, is how you can agree with us on all this, still do the job that you're doing.
Because if I wasn't here,
what do you see your role as personally?
I work every day, bro. I'm working Friday. I actually get my first 2 off days. I'm not. Well, I'll be in Houston. The wife, I haven't seen the wife in 2.5 weeks, bro. She mad at me right now, bro. She mad at me, bro. I gotta spend some time with her. But if I come out here, you'll talk to me. If I do not have my uniform on, you'll talk to me. I can't do it this weekend. I'll be in Houston this weekend. Okay. Hey, I'm gonna hold you to that. Okay. He won't talk to me unless I'm not in uniform. That's his deal with
camera on.
Well, there's a camera right here.
You don't apply.
Yeah.
So, and Nick, to continue though, your role, how you see yourself.
Oh yeah. Sorry. So like he asked me earlier, he's like, well, why do you do this job? And it's a system of oppression. And for me, it's being a voice in here that's saying, hey, I agree with you. Right? Some of this stuff needs to change. And for the last 14 years, there's things that I have personally tried to change. Can I do it all by myself? Absolutely not, right? But if I wasn't in here, nothing would have changed.
And this is a personal question, right? So you feel that the institution that is causing the problem can also be the solution?
I can't hear you. One more time. Sorry.
You're good, dude. So an institution that's causing the problem, or that seems to be the problem, based on the voice, right? Could also be the solution to themselves. Would you say that?
It could. You know how many emails I've received?
That's all I'm asking.
You know how many emails I've received in the last couple of days saying, "Hey, I appreciate you.
I don't.
You talking to me." Somebody out here, I said, "Hey." They emailed me and said, "Hey, I appreciate you taking the 2 hours or however many times you talked to me." Right? There's been people. I've talked to her yesterday. Right? And if she's out here tomorrow, I'll talk to her again tomorrow. I've talked to the guy. That guy that was just standing here. He was born in the same hospital I was in New York. Right? He didn't want to talk to me. He saw my Yankee. I had to watch it.
Absolutely, but people are saying something's not working.
And I agree.
How? I don't know. You know what I'm trying to ask.
People have been here for.
Okay, so like, well,
what's today?
Corey's more articulate than I am.
Today's Wednesday.
Yes.
Okay, so it's been 14 days I've worked in Broke. I don't work weekends. I'm off, right? I'm off Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I haven't had a day off since. I can never remember my last day off, right? So I'm out here, right? I could be over there just standing with everybody else, right? But I choose not to, right? I choose to come out here and speak to you guys because I'm interested in what you have to say.
And
you guys
happens for conversation.
and growth happens.
No, I'm glad you're out here.
You guys have been here 14 straight, 15 straight days. Some
say anything about that.
You are passionate about this, clearly, right? I talked to a guy yesterday. I could see it in his eyes. He was hurt. Bro, he was hurt, right? So why would I just stand there?
That's not what I mean. I mean, that's not.
No,
I appreciate you being here.
So what I'm saying
is,
so you're asking me why do I do this? I do this because
as a cop, not as this specific.
Well, I'm talking about just standing over there. I'm talking
that's not my question.
So the reason why I'm a cop is because I care about my community, right? That's why I do this, right? Every single family violence case I worked it knowing that if I don't make this write a warrant, that this victim could possibly die, whether they know it or not, right? I'm still going to do what's right for their safety, right? You may not agree with the whole oppression. I could be a pawn like the guy called me yesterday, and that's fine, right? I don't care about names. It's just names, right? No big deal, whatever. If I working for the man, sure, I work for the man. No big deal, right? And that's okay. That's okay, right? But I would like to be the voice of reason in a system that oppresses people, right? That's what I want to be, right? Whether it works or not, whether you agree with it or not, that's fine. I'm still going to continue to be out here and talk to the people that want to talk to me, right? The other guy didn't want to talk to me, yelled at me and whatever. That's fine. I guarantee by the end of the week, I'll wear him down and he'll talk to me, right? And that's and maybe we won't agree, and that's fine, right? But at least I hear why he's so angry, right? And then I can tell him here's my perspective. And that's what it's about. All it is listening to you, understanding what you're saying, that you're angry, clearly. You've been talking to me for now an hour, right? You want system to change because we need it to be changed.
Do you feel like you've been moved in any way or like you've changed? Sure, go for it.
Continue. I want to hear you talk.
No, that was it. Do I think that I've been changed? Oh, anytime you're listening to people's perspective, like this brother's right here, right? He's been out here literally. This guy, I don't know his name, but he's been out here every day with this camera in my face, literally every day, right?
Literally every day.
Literally every day he's been here. Have I been here every day?
Yeah, you've been here pretty much every day.
Every day,
yeah.
Right? So listening, that's how I learned. I don't have to agree with everything he said, but it doesn't matter. That's his perception, and it's real. How am I going to tell him that what he's feeling isn't real? Right? The guy that choked him out, he's not going to forget that. He could be 90, and he's still not going to forget that feeling of what that guy made him feel. Right? I talked to a guy out there yesterday, lost his leg. Right? Lost his leg due to police officers. Right? There's nothing I could tell him to change his mind of what police officers did. Right? And it was fucked up. It was. I mean, he had no leg. Right? The system screwed him. What can I say? Bro, I'm sorry. Right? Bro, I'm sorry. If that would have been me and I would have responded there, I promise you the call would have ended differently. That's what I could say. So that's why I'm here. Right? That's why I'm here. Right? Because we had all bad cops. If all 1,954 Austin police officers were like Derek Chauvin, that would be a scary, scary place. Right? How many complaints is that? 2,000 times 19. Right? How many complaints is that? What if there was 1,900 Craig Smiths here? right? With 0 complaints in 14 years. But there's think I'll be a police department? Of course, that's not realistic, right? Because not everybody's going to think like me.
That's
right.
why
Not everybody has my viewpoint.
That's why
right?
I'm advocating for a system change.
But it's hiring the right people, right? It's hiring the right.
I think it's dismantling the system and rebuilding. So if
and that's your opinion. And maybe it is. I don't
Sure.
know.
Well,
To
but
me,
it's
I don't think it's that deep rooted. But maybe it is.
Okay. I mean,
right? And
that's fine. That's fair. Yeah, that's totally fair. That's a difference in opinion, and it's fine.
Right. If that's what if that's a city council,
that's a perception, you know,
and
on both sides, right? On both sides.
And what does justice mean to you? Like philosophically, what does justice mean to you?
Justice is let's just on the basic. Because shows are about murder, right? 48 Hours, right? I mean, all these CSIs, all they're all murder stuff, like Law and Order, right? It's all about it's like murder, everything murder. So let's just use that. Okay, so John Smith murders Susie Smith, right?
Yeah.
Justice to me is making sure that somebody's held that person who committed the crime is held accountable for their actions, right? That's what justice is.
To what standards?
Well, the American justice system that we have in place is specific that says you charge them, and then if they plead out, that's different. But if it goes to trial, the 3% of cases that go to trial, right? So if it goes to trial, that they have a fair and impartial jury.
Hey guys, remember that. No, continue.
Huh?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I was talking to the camera.
So that they go and they get a fair trial, right? That's justice. Like, and that the prosecutor does his damnedest or her damnedest to ensure that there's a conviction, right? Because at the other end of the spectrum, it's like basketball or football. There's a defense working so that the offense doesn't score, right? And the offense is working so that they score on the defense. Everybody has jobs. So the defense attorney is damn sure not going to just go lay over and just let their client go. And we're talking about the issues there, right? Because a lot of brothers and Brown, they don't have the access to pay for those big time lawyers, right? The Johnny Cochrans, right? So there we go again with the injustice stuff, right? So it's deep rooted. We're talking deep rooted issues here. We're not talking about police issues, and there's a whole hell lot of issues there, but it's deep rooted problems here that we're talking about. So to me, it's making sure that person gets charged, they go to trial, then they go to trial, and that they present the fairest trial possible. Because we know it's a crapshoot in trials, right? We know that. We've seen it with big time trials all the time. So that's justice to me, right? Because if that was my son or daughter that was killed, I would hope that they would get a conviction, right? But it's a crapshoot.
Oh yeah, I agree with you on that side. Is there a profession or something people are part of that you don't agree with? Like you said, like it's just a problem. Like being a part of this, it's a problem. So you see, so you mentioned like lawyers kind of being on the shady.
Well, they have a job. They're not shady. They have a job, right? They can, but that's their job, right? Their job is to.
But they chose that job. Is my point.
But they're changing, right? Right? Like it's clear as day what happened on video, right?
Right.
And there's a guy representing him right now talking about he's innocent.
Sure.
Right? We're not mad at that guy, right?
I wouldn't say that. Some people probably aren't mad at that guy. I mean, probably a lot of people are mad at that guy. Because regardless if that's his job, so this is to my point of like the police, right? If it's a systemic problem, so if a defense attorney for criminals, or I say criminals, but right, you know, something in the case where suspected criminals, defense attorney, right? If the risk of that job is that you're going to defend someone who did something, right? And that's, you know, maybe they did, maybe they didn't, right? But say you knew as a law, you know, confidentiality, you knew they did it, right? And you still have that job. That's a moral problem, I guess, but that cycles the systemic problem of that job being the way it is, right?
But people still sign up to do it for their $250,000 salary, right?
Not if say it's right. I'd love to change that. And that's the point of the policing thing is.
Not if well, that has nothing to do with policing, but there are lawyers that know clearly that their client's guilty and they're still going to take it
because it's a job. Right. So if you're working for a broken system, your reasoning, your excuse is this is my job. I mean, you chose this job. If you agree a system's broken and you chose that job, are you not being a part of the problem?
So there's lawyers that will go. Well, there are some lawyers that go, well, if you're guilty, I'm not taking this case, right? I know some, right? So we can acknowledge that system is.
They're good lawyers. They're saying, right?
We can acknowledge that the system there is broken too, right? But the lawyers aren't going to quit their job because of lawyers that will defend the bad guy, right? Because there are ethical lawyers, right? There's ethical lawyers that will say, bro, you did it, I'm not taking your case, right? There's ethical police officers that will say,
it doesn't fix the system, that was my point.
It doesn't fix the system.
You can be a good cop. You seem very nice. You seem very cool.
It's not going to fix it. I'm not going to fix the system. Right? Like, I'm not going to fix the system. The system that's been in place since, what, 1837, right? we're not going to fix the system right here today, right?
Right.
But we're on a path to fix a system.
By being a part of the system?
It's the one person
By being a part of the
mentality.
system, that's my point. Like,
so what do you? So you
just said
what
you're
would
not, you said
what
you're
would
not
you
gonna
like
fix
me
the
to do?
You said you're not going to fix the system.
So what would you like me to do? And if you could say this is what I want you to do, what would you say for me to do?
I'm not going to go. I think it's a bit too easy to say like quit your job. I'm not going to say quit your job, right? I understand.
So what would you like me to do? Like if I was a puppet and you could control me, what would you tell me to do?
What would I tell you to do? Okay. Without like economic recourse of like your family and things like that obviously take into part of it?
Yes, just
right.
To make things right in your mind.
Right.
Your perception of making things right, what would you have me do?
You personally, not like
not
changing the whole system,
me,
right? If I could control you in every ideal scenario?
An ideal.
I would love for you to not be a police officer, but take the experience you learn and apply it to something we're trying to build in a new way, right? A more effective way that we as the people see it, since you're supposed to serve the people, right? Just as the government's supposed to serve the people, right? And that's a broken system because we feel like we don't have a voice a lot of the time. So yeah, I mean, I would love for you to not be a sergeant, but have the experience and us set up a system where you are valued the same way you are here, and you have more effective change in our eyes because we want that system to be in place instead of the current broken system. And that's not to say I want do it, right?
Yeah,
but
okay, fair enough.
That's
so the reality is, right? Like, so I quit tomorrow, right? Somebody will be in my position in 2 weeks.
Sure.
Right? I'm the sex offender sergeant. I make sure sex offenders register. Right? That's my role with APD. So there will be a new sex offender sergeant in 2 weeks, and that sergeant probably doesn't think like me. Probably is going to be white, right? Probably doesn't have my ideology. Probably doesn't have my education. Probably doesn't have my experience, right? So now you're going to replace that person with me, and here I am with you guys fighting a good fight, right? So now I can bring all that experience, right? I can bring all that experience and try to change the world, right? But am I more powerful out here, or am I more powerful in there? Because you just said I was rare.
We'll have
right?
a fundamental difference on opinion because you agree to be here, and I agree that that this shouldn't be.
But which
well, you're making it more broad now to say that someone else is going to be in here, and the world is as it is. The question you posed to me,
I'm replaceable. The truth is, I'm replaceable.
Sure, but the question you posed to me is what would I like you to do, and my answer was to do all these things if there wasn't recourse. Obviously, you have a family. Obviously, the systems that we have in place aren't going to allow you to take your experience and be as effective as you can be. Right? That's the problem I'm getting at. But by being a part of that problem, it becomes cyclical. Still, I agree that you probably do a really good job, right? And you help people situationally. But situation isn't the problem. Because we can look at situations around the country and say, this cop was good, this cop was good. It doesn't mean that there isn't unjust death and an unjust system and a lot of things
I agree, right? But my job here is to, and what I promise to everybody that I talk to out here, is I promise to hold my officers and my detectives accountable for their actions, right? Because that's what you guys expect of us.
And that's all you can
right?
do, you.
And that is me doing my job, right? To ensure that if something goes wrong, that I say, hey, this is wrong, it's criminal, to like SIU, which is our special investigation unit, to say, hey, there's a potential crime committed here, and be fair and impartial, right? Because that's what you expect of me, right? That at the end of the day, most people just want me to be accountable, hold my people, and my lieutenant holds me accountable. That's really what they expect, because they understand that the system, officers particularly, aren't going to change the system, right? That starts with city council, that starts with the city manager, that starts with people being more.
But that's absolving that sounds like absolving yourself of any responsibility.
Of course. The solution is to be
one change in the police department that you knew you had the support of every citizen in Austin and the whole city council and everyone, and you could make it happen easy, instant. Make that one change. What would it be?
What's one change you would make, she asked.
One change if I was the city manager.
If you had full power, everything.
Everyone's with you on this one thing. What is it?
I would say it is critical to get the right people in police. Critical. We don't need people with egos. We don't need people that get offended when somebody yells at them like how that guy did, right? Just it's no big deal, right? That's just emotion, right? Don't react to emotion, right? So I would make sure that you hire the right people, and that's difficult because we have 2,300 spots to fill. We can't even fill those, right? And other people are looking. Dallas is looking for officers. San Antonio is looking for officers. New York is looking for 40,000 officers. That's difficult. But I think it's critical that you get the right people in place, whether they're black, brown, right? Where they need to be. We need more females because you guys just have a different level of understanding than we do. You just do, right? We need a diverse. I'm not gonna. It starts just like it starts in the high chair, not in the electric chair. It starts. To me, it starts day one in the police. It actually starts before police. It's you have to get the right people in police.
So how do you do that? Like, how do you change the hiring process, or what? Like, how do you?
Well,
how do you make that happen?
Well, one, you have to want people to be police. People have to want to be police officers, right? It's not like you said, it's not like we make that much money, right? So this is Austin, right? And then you guys want to dip fund, right? So it's not like it's hard to get the right people in because again, you have to pay for talent, right? Facebook, when they pick people from these little startups, they're paying them stupid money to come to their company, right? Because they want the top quality people, and you should pay for talent, right? Like when the Yankees pay for players, they overpay because they want the Mark Teixeira, they want the Alex Rodriguez's, they want all of those good people. You have to pay for talent, right? So you have to understand that it's not defunding, it's actually giving the people that need to be here more money because you have to pay them. Because you know what Dallas is doing? They're giving, I don't know if they're doing it now, but they're giving $5,000 sign-on bonuses, right? Because they're competing.
But that makes it sound like talent can't be. That makes it sound like personality is.
Why do you think?
You said like, you know, you don't need egotistical people, right? And I would agree with you on that, obviously.
Sorry, you didn't need what?
I said you said, you know, what you don't need in the police force is like egotistical people, right? Or like anybody on a power trip, right?
Right? You need egoless.
But by saying, yeah, I agree. But by saying, you know, hire the right talent. I mean, is that not subjective too? Like you could see someone and say,
she asked me,
if you could change anything.
If I could change, because I've said this like 3 times already. Like Chick-fil-A hires like.
Would you hire 1,900 of you if you had the ability?
Yeah, how do we clone you? That's really.
No, because the 1,900 black officers, no. Right? No, we don't want that, right? We need everybody. We need black guys. We need females. We need everybody.
We need 1,900 people that are willing to have a conversation.
Yes. That's what you need. It's about listening, and then some of the things people have told me, I have sent up. Like that lady that walked by earlier, she wanted to speak to Chief Manley yesterday. Chief Manley wasn't here. I went and looked for him, he wasn't here. But I said, I'll give the chief your phone number, and I did. And I just wanted her to know that, hey, I gave the phone number, right? What he does with that is on him, but I told her I would do that. People have told me things, and I have passed emails on and say, hey, this is what happened. That's why I'm out here, right? She had a sign yesterday, she may still have it, that had, here's what we want from our police officers. It was like 20 things.
I saw that.
You saw it? And I passed them forward because they were pretty damn good, right? I mean, they were well thought out things, right? So for me, that's what it's about. It's listening to what you guys want, because we are Texas peace officers. That's what my license says, right? A Texas peace officer. That's what it says. That's what it says, right? So I'm about making sure that things are peaceful. But sometimes there's situations that's not going to be peaceful. There's just the reality of it, right? People commit crimes. They do, right? There's people that broke into that Chevron right there, into that liquor store right there, to that Target right there. People commit crimes.
And police are the best option to handle that, as you see for the future. That's the question. Currently, sure. Maybe I would say maybe currently, sure, because that's what we have set in place. So I guess the question to you is that you see current police as the best option for the future to handle everything you just talked about?
I see a modified version of policing.
Okay.
I see, yes. I see.
How do you think that happens? That modified version being accomplished.
Well, y'all are doing it out here, right?
Well, I mean, we're doing this, but we're not.
City council is the one that basically does our policy, right? And they met, was it yesterday? And they enacted 8 new things, right?
The 8 can't wait.
The 8 was that it? They
don't know.
The 8 can't wait.
Or I know what you're talking about.
Whatever
I don't know if that's what they voted. I don't know if that's what.
I think they passed them. Yes.
I believe they met today.
There's going to be tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Tomorrow?
Tomorrow's Thursday. Yeah, tomorrow.
The defunding and a bunch of other policies. They had a press conference yesterday where they talked about all of those policies.
But it wasn't a.
I don't think so. I think that they announced that they all intended to support those things, maybe, but I don't think they actually passed them yet. I'm not sure.
Okay, but that's changed. But that's changed, right? That's you guys have become. They don't meet. They want to meet met tomorrow to talk about that stuff.
I agree that this is working.
To an extent.
Oh yeah, of course.
So
But this is how this right here is how you see the future of policing changing, modifying to the extent that actually fixes things systemically, not 10 APD officers. Maybe that's something better.
Was signing a bill tomorrow, or signing a bill tomorrow, isn't he?
I don't know what is
yeah, he was signing a bill tomorrow, a law enforcement bill. I haven't seen all what it entails, but it's up on the Trump's desk. This is the President of the United States.
I mean, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is.
Well, you can look it up. It's like like put Law Enforcement Act Trump and see what it is. Yeah, of course. Would you think that would have been on his desk pre George Floyd?
Oh no, I'm not just. This is an argument. I'm not disagreeing.
No,
I'm
asking.
Working. I guess.
So yeah, so yes, it's clearly working. It's clearly working. It's working, right?
Yeah.
He's not here every day too.
But we got to get these officers to start coming out with it, making it work. This one bill ain't gonna do everything. Real. We're going step by step.
2 days ago. Hi.
So you wearing the shirt?
Yes, ma'am.
All
Alright guys, that was probably one of the longest conversations I've recorded. Nonetheless, I felt like it was very interesting and very informative. Looks like protesters have been trying to shut down the road down here, but have not been able to. Usually, Austin Police Department will shut down the road after people start getting on the street. I don't know why they haven't shut down the road.
Kill it, man. Hey, good luck being out here. Car, Guzzler, engine.
How you been?
Radiation.
Good, man. Chilling.
Somebody,
at least they ain't got no more crazy days with that.
They'll be here tomorrow noon, though.
Here, though? Or they
Yeah.
be at City?
They'll be at the Capitol.
I feel like they might. You feel like they might try to fuck that shit up at the City Hall.
What's up?
You think they're going to try to Mexican up at the City Hall?
I don't know, man. I don't think so. I don't
You
know.
we got that whole thing going on over there, man. That was just messing with what they did to you that one day, bro. They was throwing water on you and shit that one day.
Yeah.
That boy be having millions, bro.
Thanks, man. What's up?
Yesterday was Sunday.
Yeah. Hey guys, this stream is about to end. I will be back like immediately on stream. Well, maybe not immediately. I might take 5 minutes to just sit down and relax a little bit. What up, guys? How's it going?
Went from white to black.
I like your shirts.
Yeah.
Look, check.
Family for Justice, guys.
Yes. Look, I'm gonna turn the camera around so people can see my shirt, because I'm part of the Family for Justice too. Yeah. I love it.
Woo. We're out here.
We are out
Love
here.
everywhere, guys.
Thanks for the shirts, guys. Hey guys, so it'll be about 5 minutes before I get back on. I'm again just gonna sit down and unwind for like 5 minutes, and then I'll be right back on stream, getting some of the dialogue going on out here. But I love you guys. Y'all take care. I hope that all of these conversations have been of value to you. If you're gonna go to sleep and you're not gonna get back on stream after this, good night. Remember to like my page. Remember to follow. That way you can get access to all this footage. I'm not doing this for the views. I'm not doing this for the money. We're doing this so you can participate from home, so that you can be part of the change. Also, tomorrow we're gonna be present at the conference with Chief Manley. I was personally invited to be the person to live stream. I'm sure there'll be other media, but you guys can watch it here. Y'all can watch it uncut. I'm probably gonna try to go live on the GoPro so you guys can.
And the same message that I've been saying over and over is that we need to continue coming out. We are Oakland. This is the breeding ground of the Black Panthers. We need to continue coming out. On my IG, I'm gonna be candid. I went on my IG story and ranted a little bit and thought about what would my graduation at Skyline High School would have looked like. What would that have looked like if we had actual counselors? Now, Skyline just lost another counselor. There's not even enough counselors for each grade level. Exactly. When we look at this redlining as well, look at where we're at right now. Look at these different schools, right? We need to take that 2.3 and put it back into our students. It needs to happen now. There's no other reason why we need to keep funding the police. And if you have a reason, we can fight about it. We can argue about it. But as of right now, there is definitely, absolutely no reason why we need to continue funding the police. Get OPD out of OUSD right the fuck now. I have been receiving so many different testimonies of folks that I used to go to school with, students that still currently go to OUSD schools, that still don't have toilet paper, that still don't have proper water. What is that? But you can pay police to brutalize our students. But you can pay police to pull up to Skyline before the ambulance can arrive for a mental health situation. That money needs to go back to our students. And that's on period. And that's on motherfucking period. Man, I feel so passionate right now. I can keep going on and on. I know there's so many. Also, fuck ICE while we're at it. Abolish ICE. Abolish the police. And to reflect, yes, free the children at the motherfucking border. There's no reason why they should be in cages. We out here for them too. And that's on period. We out here for them too. And now my last reflecting point. Last time I remember when Trump was elected. And I decided to lead a protest, a peaceful protest, within 5 minutes of just being real angry in a BSU meeting, right? And so we got folks together and we started going around, marching around the school. And our principal at the time, who was a Howard alum, came up to me and had the audacity to tell me that he would expel me.
That's his name, Charles!
I don't want to raise my on saying his name, so we're gonna say other people's names. But I will say this: we need to support our students and our youth, and that's why it's so important that these protests, a lot of these protests, are being organized by youth. And so when you see youth protesting, it's very important that we continue to support them. I am becoming an adult. We need to continue to be adult allies. Okay. And so, my final point.
Let's not forget why we're here. This girl is speaking truth. Let's be respectful. Clap, amen. Let's be respectful.
There will be several city council meetings, school board meetings that will be happening after this. And so it is very important that you flood those meetings and that you speak up for these youth and that the youth come and speak out. I want to say shout out to all the youth that are in the building, all my black and brown youth that are in the building. Thank you to the Outlaws for showing up. I'm going to continue burning the sage and smudging, folks. So if you see me and I still got some sage left, I would love to smudge you. The ancestors are with us. As someone who is Afro-Latina, Black, Latinx, Puerto Rican, Mexican, Indigenous, it is very important for me to see my people come together and unify on these issues. And so whether you look at the person next to you and they are a different color, it is very important that you look at them, and even though we are in a world of COVID, you are giving them an air hug or something, because after this, we need to continue coming together. This is not it. This is not the end. This is not the end. All right, I want to thank everybody for coming out. I'm about to pass the mic to the next speakers. One love, aho, and ashe, my people.
Our next speaker is one of the organizers, one of the other organizers that organized this, as long as myself and Dwayne. I'm going to present to you her. She is an amazing educator from Oakland, graduated from Holy Names. Y'all got her, Shayla.
Hello, everyone. First off, y'all gonna make me cry if you keep cheering for me. But I just want to thank you all. Stop doing it. So I just want to thank you all for coming out first and foremost. This is honestly amazing and incredible how many people are here. My biggest thing when it comes to defund OPD is kind of a little bit of what Nadia said, love her, is I'm a teacher now. I work for Skyline High School, the best school ever. And I feel like now that I'm a teacher, once I came from being a student to a teacher, I already saw so many things that education is missing, and to grow up and kind of find out more about politics and budgets and all those things and see how much of the city's budget goes to OPD. It's mind-blowing because you have teachers who don't have enough to cover anything for their classroom. You got to pay out of pocket. It's things that old-ass textbooks where it's like you learn about stuff that you already shouldn't be learning about, but whatever. And then on top of that, healthcare, they're missing different things during COVID, but the police got everything that they need. They're never begging for more bullets and uniforms and cars and all these things, but we don't have anything that we need, and I don't feel like they need all that. So, and lastly, my next biggest thing is just money going towards the community for things for us. Fixing our streets, number one, because them potholes is crazy. As well as just homelessness. To me, homelessness is a really big thing, and I feel like, more money needs to kind of go towards that as well. There's so many things that the budget can really help in our community. And honestly, the police don't help us, so I don't want to help them. Thank you all again. I want to shout out Skyline and Holy Names because I love all of you. Thank you. Next up is the amazing Jessica. I'll let her introduce herself a little bit more, but you guys should just love her because I said so.
Okay.
Oakland, power! Oakland, Oakland, power! All right, let me start off by saying, y'all can't, they're removing police from OUSD schools. They have just announced that they're removing police from OUSD schools. these schools. Shout out. Y'all gotta go follow them, but shout out to Black Organizing Project.
Who got the power?
Who got the power? Who got the power?
We got the power.
Let me tell y'all.
One more time.
We ain't never going back to normal. We ain't never going back to normal. We ain't never going back to normal. All of us together right now is what we have to be. Superintendent just emailed it. Well, it's gonna happen eventually.
So, hello, Indigo again from Black Organizing Project. Tonight at the school board meeting, they did discuss the resolution, the George Floyd resolution to eliminate school police. On the 20, woo, that's a big win. That is a big win. They're talking about it. This is the beginning, and the end is gonna come soon. We are going to win, but on the 24th, in the school board meeting, the school board members will be voting on whether or not to eliminate school police. We still winning. We still winning. Yeah. So we're just telling y'all need to show up in this Zoom school board meeting, fill out public comments, tell them why this is important. Go on Bob's social media. We have the school board's phone numbers up. Call them. Blow out their phones. Tell them what they need to do. We are about to win, but it takes community. We need to still fight. The fight is not over. Just like we're talking, these police are everywhere. They're in our schools. They're in our streets. They're in the military. They're everywhere. Yeah, and they're using as right now. There's misinformation going out. They're trying to water down our resolution in there. We need to stay diligent. We need to stay on top of the information that we do have. We need to show up for our Black brothers and sisters. They are targets in and outside of the school. So on the 24th, remember, 24th, school board meeting. Show up. Take public comment. Tell them what they need to do. Go on Bob's social media. Get the school board's numbers. Call them. Call them. Spread the word. We about to win, y'all. We about to win. And then next is OPD. Period. Sorry. And eyes. Period. Sorry about the miscommunication, community. The misinformation. They trying to play us, y'all. Y'all, they trying to play us. It's a tactic. But we know what it is. We know what we need to do. But yeah. Woo! 24!
Everybody remember, 24th of this month is when the voting will happen. Keep that on your reminder, keep that on your calendar, but most importantly, keep the same energy, y'all. Keep the same energy. I'm not even gonna lie, some tears came out right now by the news that I heard, but we could still win. We could still win. We are gonna win. We are gonna win. Stop playing with us. We are gonna win. There needs to be a reestablishment of the funds that are going into our schools. Schools should not resemble prison models. Our Black and brown youth need to stop being criminalized. I've said this so many times. We need to secure the success of our Black youth. Let's stop pushing our Black youth to the side. Let's stop pushing them out. Black lives matter. Black futures matter. Black graduates matter. Black children matter. Black life matter. Black future matter. Black children matter. Thank you.
Yeah, y'all give it up for the Black Organizing Project. They've been working tirelessly. So while I'm thinking about it, everyone who has a freestanding candle, one that can stand on its own, it'd be great if you can leave it on her doorstep or, you know, on her stairs. Please don't burn down the house. But I don't think she's seeing this. And let her know that, you know, there are lives that she needs to acknowledge for sure. And this is why the power of voting is so important. So, oh yeah, who's older than 18 in the crowd? Who's older than 18? Who's older than 18? Who's older than 18? Okay, everyone is registered, right? Right? 16-year-olds are pre-registered, 16, 17-year-olds are pre-registered, right? Okay, if you're not, please pre-register, okay? So I was just thinking this morning, I've been very nervous. I was like, oh, what if 10 people show up, you know? This ain't 10. This ain't 10. And I see so many familiar faces out there. So many coworkers, so many classmates, and I thank all of y'all for coming to support the youth on some of our demands.
The world is on your side! The world is on your side!
There are way too many hospitals that are begging for supplies. There are way too many schools that are begging for textbooks. There are way too many Black lives begging for their lives. And there is someone with enough power to put the pressure down on everyone below her to change that. There is no reason why OSPD and OPD should be funded millions of dollars a year. There's no reason why. When that money can go to crime prevention and housing and health and education. The list goes on, okay? There's no reason. No reason. Minneapolis is taking lead on this. This is something that I always tell myself. California is one of the leading states. If you're from Cali, make some noise. And I am so sad that we have not already gotten rid of the police. There's no reason why that shouldn't have already happened. I mean, I don't understand why there have to be so many deaths for y'all to finally just get it. And they still don't get it. Enough is enough. So it pleases me to know that there are so many people that stand with the resolution to defund the police. And with this much support, with this many people believing in the same thing, we will get what we want. We will get what we need. This does not end here. This does not end here. I can see so many other protests happening in the future where they march to a mayor's house and they demand action. And it starts with one. I was hoping it could be Oakland. It can still be Oakland, but right now, we'll see. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that this doesn't end here. Let's keep going. I'll definitely try to put another protest on, maybe. I don't know, maybe like the governor's house or something like that. We got his address too. Okay. But on a serious note, this is such a great start to what we are proposing. And I do not send this in here I think that we will definitely get what we want, and let's keep going. But yes, before we end the night, I just want to say thank you to everyone who came out. It looks like there are hundreds of people out here, and I thank each and every single one of you. Each and every single one of you came out here. For everyone who retweeted, reshared, put it on a story, put it on a post, commented, liked, sent it to a friend, put it on TikTok, put it on Snapchat. I thank y'all so much, okay? So I'm hearing that we gotta go. The organization that Jessica and I are working with. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's called Icy House, and it is a teen news media platform. And we are committed to donating money to students graduating with the class of 2020 in OUSD for scholarships. And we are committed. Okay. And if y'all,
Hey, can we please get off her porch? Thank you. We do want to leave the candles here to memorize all the black lives that have been lost, and also brown lives. I do want to speak on Eric Salgado, because if you guys do not know, his girlfriend lost her baby. That's a whole family, and that's like just coming from a woman. It hurts me, because I don't know how many females or how many women have had their kids, and these are kids that are being taken away by police. These are people that are being taken by police.
Can we take a moment of silence?
Let's take a little moment of silence. Take a minute of silence. I know we have one more minute, but let's take that as the silence. Put your candles up. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're gonna have to close it out. And to my people, the people all the way back there, thank you so much. One more thing, I do want to talk about what Dwayne and I are raising for. I don't know if y'all remember your high school bathrooms. I don't know if y'all remember those, the ones that don't have doors, the ones that don't have toilet paper, the ones for the women who don't have feminine products. We don't have feminine products. We don't even have to be paying for them. I'm tired of paying $8 for pads, for tampons, for cups. So let me tell ya, we're trying to raise money for not OUSD, but for the schools of OUSD, because I don't want OUSD to take my money. We want the schools to have those feminine products. We want those schools to have what the students need, not have police there. And I'm sorry for that comment, but I know I think Richmond just ended their police too. But let me tell ya, we want women to feel inclusive in these school places and their bathrooms. Because I don't feel like I feel like I'm at jail when I'm in school. You know, feel me? 8 hours at school, y'all making me feel like I don't even get paid to be there. But thank you so much for all coming out. And then we're gonna put the candles. Right. I want you guys to take those candles home. Always remember those people's lives. And I wish we could be hella loud for Oscar Grant. I wish we could have been all outside like this for Oscar Grant. I wish I could have been born to be talking like this for Oscar Grant. But we're out here remembering. Oscar Grant! 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 All right, y'all. We're gonna have to put on the candles, blow them out, put those wishes, put those memories, everything you guys have into those candles, put that peace into those candles and blow it out.
Now, I'm gonna let y'all know why we not gonna put the candles on Libby's house. We not gonna lit the candles on Libby's house. Now, we know what happened in Minneapolis with all these undercover cops, where they vandalize homes and blame it on the black and brown people. That's not gonna happen in Oakland. Come on now. They not gonna ruin the message that we're trying to leave. So now, what we about to do is that we can leave the candles, but let's just blow them out. Just so Libby knows. Come on. Just so Libby knows. So they don't try to say that we started a fire. Because you know the news and what everybody be trying to switch the narrative. Each candle is a representation of each life that was taken by police brutality. And I'm gonna leave off saying something. I know we didn't practice social distancing, but hold on. But black lives have been experiencing a pandemic for centuries, and that is police brutality. That is police brutality. This is not just a moment. This is a movement. This is a movement.
Anyone who ain't with us is against us, so get with the program.
Okay, we're gonna close out in a second, but I just wanted to give another appreciation for all of you, because I'm thinking, how many of y'all don't even personally know me, Jessica, or Dwayne, but you're here? You saw us reposted somewhere, retweeted somewhere, reshared whatever somewhere, and you all really came through when we probably expected not this many people. So I just really want y'all to know how much appreciation we have for all of y'all for really showing up.
Be able to hear it for a half mile.
We're about to close out with Nadia.
Thank you, 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 thank you.
Stay back. All right, y'all. How many of y'all know about Isang Bagsak? All right, so we gonna learn today. So my Youth Together people, other people who have worked in organizing, we used to do this clap to remember our folks who were part of the United Farm Workers, our Filipinx folks and our Latinx folks out in the farm, the fields. All right, so I'm here with my Filipina homegirl and our Mexican, so we finna do this together. And so together, because in the fields, the farm workers didn't all speak Spanish, they didn't all speak Tagalog, so they did a unity clap called Isang Bagsak. And so together, all together from the back, everywhere, we're gonna start to clap mad slow. All right, so Amina, start it off. Oh, the beat of our heart, my fault.
We finna fill our pulse, y'all, because everything starts with the heart.
So feel your pulse. And then we're gonna go start clapping. Slow. Come on, y'all. Yeah! And then we're gonna end with the Isang Bagsak. Period. Thank you, everybody.
All right, I promise you we're gonna close this time. If you wanna contact us, the three organizers, you can find me on Instagram at KHYRI.DAVIS. I'm saying again, KHYRI.DAVIS. Okay, thank you. Jessica.
Y'all ready for this one? It's kind of like, all right. All right, Jessica, Jessica, C. Ramos, I forgot my last name. RAMOS_. Alright. Y'all can also reach us, and we'll be starting our little our raising money for these different problems that should have a solution, that should have already had a solution. At icyhouse.com. icyhouse, ICEEHOUSE.com.
And lastly, mine is Shay, SHAYD, as in like dog. Ellis, ELLIS. So Shay, oh no, that was wrong. It is Shay D Love. Real easy, SHAYD though. Thank you.
Please get home safe. You know, cops are right now a little too crazy right now. So please get home safe. If y'all don't have the number written on your wrist, it's 412. Can somebody look up the number for me? 415 285 1011. 415 285 1011. Please write that on your list. And please get home safe. Thank you so much.
We love y'all so much. Thank you for the representation. Let's start that music. Where we at?
That way. Remember, June 24th, y'all, George Floyd resolution.
It's time to turn up, y'all. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. We about to go home together. Is that all right? Is that all right? I don't know how we gonna back up. Everybody fist up as you're walking back. Fist up as you're walking back. We do speak the name of Ahmaud Arbery. We do speak the name of Oscar Grant. We do speak the name.
So yeah, for all you guys watching, this is the march in Oakland. We just went up to the mayor's house. Kind of the impetus for this march, in addition to the George Floyd protests, was trying to get police out of the Oakland Unified School District, also in solidarity with the movement to defund the Oakland Police Department. We had a very peaceful event here, a lot of great speeches, and now everyone's just trying to filter out of this rich-ass neighborhood we've never seen before. Which way do you think?
I can get the map out. It's going to be windy getting back down.
Yeah, I think if we just keep heading downhill to that direction. Basically by Oscar Grant Plaza.
Oh, that's going to turn around.
But this way.
Protest guide. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming, protest guide.
So yeah, we're just here with the crowd right now, filtering out.
The streets are just as busy for me as they are for you.
Hey, tell everyone on your stream, Sunday 2 p.m. at La Escuelita.
Sunday 2 p.m. Where is that?
La Escuelita, the school.
Okay.
Down by the lake.
All right.
There's gonna be a rally to get OPD out of OUSD.
All right. Sunday 2 p.m. We'll be there. If we can get down back to the BART, we can get right there and then to the 19th station.
I think BART stopped.
Oh, did it?
It's stopping at 9. It's 9:15 now.
Maybe once we get